Everybody has their scorecards. If you can leave them all in one pile for each pair, that really helps. We're going to try and get the full score as opposed to game by game as we get close to those step lines. Please be sure to get all the balls that you're using as you go throughout the day. And as you move around, keep writing down what lane you're on. That'll help get the high games posted fast. Got about 5 minutes left.
here for the duration. I thought he was glued to the chair. I was looking for the super glue in the pro shop. Someone said Jimmy had it on the seat.
All right, the Mexico Open roller is 1 for 22. If you'll hold on your practice, please shoot one more ball if you need to get to a full rack. And after that, hold on up. Practice time, like the Seahawks season, it's already over. It's gonna be rough.
Boy, that Jeff Hemer. It's a funny dude. Well, folks.
Again, left lanes move left after each
Squad
game.
five.
Right lanes move right after each game. This is your last call for any additional brackets. There's one set for games 2, 4, and 6.
Now upon us here.
Roll is 2-lane courtesy, so do with that what you will. That's what's written down, 2 lanes. 2-lane anarchy. Once again, thanks so much for being here, folks. Have a great time tonight. Good luck to all of you. Lane lights are on. You can begin your Mexico Open competition.
All right, here we go with the final qualifying squad of the New Mexico Open. We got good news to start the program. We've got enough entries to pay one more place, so we're going to be paying down to 49th.
So 33rd to 49th get checks.
Yes.
Or obviously those who do not advance.
Yeah. And they get an opportunity tomorrow to bowl in the Consolation tournament as well. That always guarantees $1,000 minimum total prize money. And that'll be starting tomorrow morning.
That's Steve Mackey. My name is Emil Williams Jr. and Squad 5 is on the lanes here from Tenpins More at Rio Rancho. This is the final qualifying squad. And after the 8 games here this evening, we will know the top 32 will advance to the double elimination bracket tomorrow. We will whittle it on down to the top 4, who will then advance to the stepladder finals. Someone may win a new car tomorrow afternoon into the evening. Someone's definitely going to win $12,000 for sure. That is a guarantee. Should be an intriguing squad. We start with some more firepower.
Yes, and that was a previous winner, David Haynes, multi-time Team USA member. He's been around longer than his 5 o'clock shadow would indicate. He was in that squad decades ago, actually. He won our tournament in 2006. Got Marshall Kent here. Came down from Washington. I spoke with Marshall at Bowl Expo in Las Vegas a couple of months ago and reminded him that he'd bowled here at this center, and he said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah, you came down from Washington, bowled one of our junior bowlers to a Christmas doubles tournaments." And he said, "Oh, yeah, that's right." So he's here, and we're looking forward to seeing him bowl. Big hooker of the ball. Cortez Schenk was a potential winner last year. Didn't quite get there. As it turned out, he missed a single pin unexpectedly in the last half of the game and lost to the eventual winner, Dylan Taylor, by 3 pins. So he's bowling this afternoon. As is Matthew Anderson, the slightly lesser known brother of Andrew Anderson, who's bowling PBA tournaments at the moment. We've got the brothers Moore, Morgan and Mason from Colorado. They've both made the cut here in past years. So this is a good field. And, of course, we did mention Dylan Taylor, the defending champions in this squad, and Zach Wilkins, the world record holder for 5 games in this squad. So we've got some firepower here, as Emil just mentioned. Right in front of us, we've got Marvin Nesvensky. I love Marvin's name. I love pronouncing it. Nesvensky. He's bowled here before.
Speaking of pronunciations, I got a chance to talk with Matt Blenarchik, who came up and told me how to pronounce his name, and we were having a little fun. He said he went back and listened because people were enjoying our earlier conversation about how to pronounce his name in Squad 1, and so we had a little convo about that. Great individual, great dude,
good guy too, and very nice to bowl with. Dana and I bowl with him in a trios in the summer, Wednesday night Jim Chapman trios. My name for Matt, affectionately, is Matt the Pole.
Right.
Bowler coming up on lane 6, Theo Duthit. Theo, we mentioned yesterday, started a nice tournament as a result of having bowled in this one for a few years in a row. I thought we could also do this at Phoenix, and he's come up with the $10,000 first prize there about 3 or 4 weeks from now. Theo, a lefty, also a finalist here, finished 3rd or 4th a few years ago. Powerful lefty.
Nice split conversion from Zachary Harvey. His brother just bowled. Brad bowled in Squad 4.
Yes, he's another one that we should mention for sure. He's a league bowler here at Tenpins More. He was one of our mechanics up till a couple of weeks ago. And he can twist on the ball pretty good. David Haynes up on lane 6 now. Way outside, and a good move. He threw a gutter ball, trying to hit the twig and didn't quite make it, but he made the spare. He's looking like he's in the right place to start this set.
If you were bowling if you were bowling this tournament, which squad would you prefer to bowl? Would you have a preference, or would you just say, hey, wherever I...
Probably Squad 2.
Okay.
Yeah, on Friday. Then if you do well, you've got a day to rest. I mean, this is 8 games, but on this lane condition, it's very mentally taxing and emotionally draining. And definitely I'd be bowling on the Friday. And particularly at my age, I'd be bowling on Friday. Even if I was younger, I think I'd prefer to bowl Friday as well.
With some rare early miscues here for David
Lost a lot of
Haynes.
weight, David. He's looking like he's in his best fighting shape. A little bit too deep on the approach, perhaps.
Tough break there for Zachary Harvey.
Yeah.
Maybe he throws it a little slower than his brother. They're pretty similar, but slightly different in regards to how they throw the bowling ball. So we get into the results here. If you were watching during Squad 4, Game 8, we had about 6 to 8 players, I believe it was, that were in position to, kind of put themselves in a seal the deal type of situation. Post a number and leave feeling pretty good about where they stood. I think Eileen Linares kind of stole the show a little bit. One of the local young players here in the area. She looks like she is definitely in great position, obviously, to get a spot in the top 32. Mr. Shamber shot 247 to get to plus 57. That happened on 5 and 6. Keith Matt is bowling on 22 to start. So he's going to join our area in the next couple of games, actually. He's going to move right.
Yeah, when they leave 22, they start at lane 2, so we have coverage on lanes 5 through 10 here. Haynes nudging up against the ball rack here. A little bit of work to do for him.
Be interested to see how this squad breaks him down overall. It's we've seen each squad kind of do some different things. I think the earlier squad, not the earlier one, excuse me, squad 4 seemed to move in a little earlier than maybe any other squad that we saw previously. And then, so we'll see which direction this squad kind of elects to go. To start, most still seem to be trying to play them right, which is the right thing to do. But we'll see if they get moved off the gutter pretty quickly based on what they're seeing.
Doothit on the front 4 in game 1. That's a nice way to start. And he's watched quite a lot of bowling today, and he's definitely in the right place in game 1. 5-bagger for him.
Yeah, he's been watching and commenting throughout the last 2 days. Nice start here. Or Levi Fintel. Strike spare 3-bagger sounds good. Morgan Moore sending pins. He's got an early 4-bagger down on 3 and 4. He and his brother both bowling former Midland University collegiate standouts.
And they're both in pretty good physical shape, Morgan and Mason, as well. They bowled really well here the year before COVID closed us down, 2019. They both made the bracket play and went fairly deep. Bracket play, you lose twice, you're eliminated. And then the top 4, the winner of the winner's bracket, and the next 3 best out of the losers bracket will bowl the step-ladder final. And at the step-ladder final, one of our sponsors, Petrie of New Mexico, got a brand new $30,000 vehicle for the first 300 bowled on television. You'd probably want to qualify in 4th or 3rd to have a chance at that. It'd be criminal if you were a leader and shot it and someone had done it before you.
And that does cover the entire stepladder, right?
Yes.
Not just the championship match.
No, it's maximum of 8 games are bowled.
Is it 2-game pinfall in the finals too?
It's a 1-game matches.
1 game.
And on the step-ladder final. But the leading qualifier has to lose twice because they haven't lost yet.
True double elimination. Actually, giving it away ever so slightly while trying to play him outside.
Well, every year, Emil, we've had some off-left splits, and I can tell you the big 4 is the split of the tournament this time.
Yeah, no one's really
I've
breaking
seen
them
more
down.
of them than anything. Look at that, a 6-bagger. Theo, suitably ashamed of himself. Not.
Plainview Bowling Center said, "Hey, Steve, wish they could have been able to run a sweeper there."
Yeah, very nice. Mark Waters and his family out there, and Jeffrey. We would love to have seen you too, Mr. Wirtz, next year. Oh, tough break there. David looking for a double to cover that single pin miss of his earlier.
Well, right now the cut number is plus 14.
32nd place, 14. Will be paying down to 49. Given the entries that we ended up with, 194, same number of entries as last year. Had about 10 people couldn't make it. A couple of them had COVID. COVID's sticking around like a bad smell.
Yes, it is.
It's not going anywhere.
It's
every weeknight for the last few months, we've had one or two bowlers or a team here and there that have had to skip league that night because they tested positive for that Wuhan disease. Got it that time, did Haynes. 88 in the 5th for him. Duthed on a 6-bagger, make that 7. He's just made a bit of a comeback to bowling, actually. He didn't bowl for a little while and promised he'd come up this year, and he's a man of his word, as he will be in a few weeks, middle of September, when he runs that $10,000 first prize event down in Phoenix. Marshall Kent. His first double. He's on the way down here. 108 in the 6th and a double. It's looking like a 200 odd this game. Fintel, no slouch on the lanes, doing well. 4-bagger for him. He's in the 220s. A couple of good scores here, but they're not exactly starting out like the house on fire that squads 3 and 4 did.
Well, we mentioned this in squad 4, but each squad on the fresh, there's been at least one person to give us a thrill, whether it's 240, 250, 260, 270. And right now Theo looks like he's the one for the job early.
Yeah. Well, looking along here, he's almost all they wrote. Although we do have a double and a turkey on 3 and 4, just out of camera range.
Again, 12,000 to the winner.
Kent looking for a turkey, didn't find it over there on 1 and 2. We're not going to see him for a while. He's moving to the high end after his opening game.
Appreciate all of you great viewers who have been hanging out, some of you all day long now. We've had 3 squads today. This is our final of the day, squad number 5 overall, but the 3rd of Saturday. And then tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., it is bracket time.
Intel back with a strike in the 8th, 156 in the 7th after flagging that sleeper. Here we go with Duthed now, the front 7. High game so far in the tournament, I think in the 260s, right?
279.
279.
Oh, get a break. 279 from Brian Van Sickle. Squad 3, game 8.
300's few and far between in the New Mexico Open over the years. I don't think we've ever had a year when there was 2 in the one tournament. I think a single 300 is about all that's ever happened here. Parker Johnson on a good game on lane 3. Double spare 4-bagger. It's coming up on lane 4 now.
On the left side of your screen.
Oh boy.
My gosh.
Cold 8.
Oof.
Actually a freezing cold 8.
Freezing cold. Speaking of cold, ball change for Zach, and I think he's either got to make the move right to kind of get on top of it a little bit. It's kind of in that's the tough zone that you kind of don't want to be in, where he's kind of in between.
Yeah. In between pleasure and pain here. Oh, they're open.
So earlier, and I wanted to follow up, but we didn't get a chance to. So earlier we were talking about the temperature, obviously, outside. Uncharacteristically chilly in the area, right? It was
very cold.
66 was the high today.
And that's at least 20 degrees under the typical New Mexico Open Saturday weekend.
Which I think is supposed to be back in the 80s tomorrow.
Yeah. 80s for the rest of the week, which thunderstorms and isolated showers is the forecast.
So in this climate, when it does get a little chilly, what typically does happen inside the center? Because you're making some great points. We just didn't get a chance to.
Well, it doesn't get cold here very often in August.
Okay.
So this is quite different. This is really different.
I'm going to go on record.
It does seem to make a difference with the. We use fire products from Kegel, and we've got a couple of Kegel machines. They're one of our tournament supporters, and we've got pretty lively pin decks here. We're blessed with fabulous kickbacks. There you go. Marshall Kent opened with 203. We're not going to see him for a while. He might be down here towards the end of the event, but we're not going to get a chance to see much of him. He's going down the high end of the bowling center. At least he pulled out a 203 there with 2 doubles. Haynes has moved in a tad with a different ball. Of course, he's got plenty of bowling balls at his disposal. He and his wife have a very good staff in the Haynes Bowling Supply outlet in Las Vegas, a standalone pro shop store.
Yep. And it's rare to have a standalone and one that's successful, but I think obviously his work, his professionalism stands alone in that sense.
Yeah.
He's helped a lot of people, heck, some people in this tournament.
Yeah. Got a lot of Nevadans, probably the most bowlers from Nevada and New Mexico and Colorado that we've ever had. A few nervous shots out here. Well, there's one of the Moors started with a 4-bagger and has opened 3 of the next 5. 164 in the 9th. This is a cruel lane condition. lanes are fresh, every squad. They get cleaned and oiled between shifts. But of course, when they've been cleaned and oiled 4 times, had a house shot on them last night for the Pro-Am, the 117 people here for the Pro-Am. It does make a difference on Squad 5. This is looking like it's going to be a tough grind here, actually.
Yeah, this one is, it doesn't feel like the other squads so far. Which
doesn't look like it either.
Could be very good for those right now who are less than -14. Oh, I'm sorry, +14, I beg your pardon.
That's old news there.
People like Matt Zweig and Carson Opella, who are +7 and +4 respectively. Stephen Kurtz is +2. They would enjoy and wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a tougher squad where the numbers drop a little bit.
Cortez Schenk, another favored bowler in this squad, needs a strike to shoot 170. He's going the other way as well, so we're not going to see him either. Not much of him. We're getting accosted here by the tournament leader. Jacob Buttroff.
Nice
Didn't
job.
do too much wrong. 280 over for his 8 games.
Give him a few games. Okay, all right.
Yeah. No, he's going to, after you. Yep.
All right. Well, Theo Duthit, 253, and Parker Johnson can go off the sheet for 257. A couple of flashes of brilliance here. And not much else to be excited about. 235 for Leo Fintel in front of us. Bit of confusion there for David on that shot. Shoot 170 odd.
Hello to all the good people in the chat. Kyle, best place to check out the full standings right now would be Facebook page of Tenpins and More or bowljbt.com. And the scores there are by block and should be updated, which they are. And then Jeff tonight is going to, as best as he can, update scores by game. I think probably after a few are into play tonight, so we can kind of get the running total as it's happening real time as best as possible.
Well, Parker Johnson shot 245, Theo Duth at 253, Leo Fintel 235. And looking down the lanes, as far as I can see, that might be the top three. Marshall Kent had 203. And all the boxes on the high-end screens seem to have scores in them, so no one started with a big string down there.
We missed something cool.
Skate Geezer said, has anyone tried going straight up the one board? Yes, there's been some big games out there, but it disappears pretty much while you look at it.
Final couple shots here on 9 and 10.
Dylan Taylor, asked about him, the defending champion. He's on the way down here. He started on 15, he'll be on 13, 11, and we'll see him in game 4, 5, and 6 on the covered pairs. He still remembers vividly the 8 count that he got on the fill last year to beat Francois Lavoie by a pin, 176 to 175. A lot of pressure in championship matches, as we saw in the recent PBA league final. Whoever won the last game seemed like they wanted to give it to one another. Here, you have it. No, you take it. No, you have it. 185 to 180.
Yeah, that was a one of the more intriguing finals I think we've seen in the, well, probably ever, maybe in the PBA league.
Michael Sager.
All right, some new cast of characters rolling through on 5, 6, 7, and 8 for game number 2. Oh my.
Wow. Can lead that restood.
You get to see Morgan Moore. Oh, money. See the 5-10 respot, or the 5, excuse me.
That was a real tough break. The pin spun around. I saw the cubic or AMF logo about 5 times before it finally took a fall. Well, Fintel, 235, opened with a strike on the next pair. That'll give you some confidence.
Randy Jackson and Jamie Ornelas joining us here on 7 and 8, along with David Haynes and Theo Duthit.
Ooh, wow.
Marvin Zadinsky and Zachary Harvey. Now over to 5 and 6. Again, David Jenkins and Morgan Moore joining them there as well. Again, plus 14, the number after 4 squads. And there are 2 people at that number. And if it were to remain the same, there wouldn't be a tie for that 32nd spot. Both would get in.
If they're are they tied for 32nd and 33rd, or 31st and 32nd?
It would be for 31st and 32nd.
Okay, they're both in. And the higher seed would be the highest last game. And if that's a tie, the second last game. If it's a tie for 32nd and 33rd, there'll be a 1-game roll-up. We had one last year. Powerful delivery double for him. He started with a 4-bagger last time, struggled to get to 194 as it turned out. A couple of splits.
Morgan's been doing his thing, trying to chase his dream and bowl on tour a little bit more.
Fintel's opened with a double on 9 and 10.
If David Haynes can rebound here, already different ball. Good ball choice.
And an aggressive delivery, that's for sure. A little bit more ball speed for sure. Very hard to be a defensive bowler.
That's a great point. There is, for some, it depends on the situation, but most of the time there is no.
Yeah, you can't be going, well, I'm near the cut, so if I can just catch a double early and spare out. No, you can't think like that. That's fraught with danger and usually shows up in a poor last game. This last squad has a reputation because I've seen 17 of them prior. And it's definitely got a reputation that around about 9 o'clock at night it gets pretty tough going out here.
Irish Pogey joining us tonight. This is me, Irish Pogey. How you doing?
I enjoy his videos on Facebook. Thank you, Irish.
I will post that standings link coming up right now. Hello to Mary Moore, the mom of Morgan and Mason.
All right, Morgan Moore, lane 5, looking for a turkey. It's going to be a close one. Oh, ringing 10.
So click the JBT website and you will see the Adult New Mexico Open is what it will say. Click here for scores, and obviously if you'd like some additional event details, there is a clickable link for those as well. And you can see game by game.
And the reason Jeff puts Adult New Mexico Open is because we run a Youth New Mexico Open. Happens to be here at this bowling center on September the 24th and 25th weekend. And we have $2,500 added smart scholarship money to the prize fund that the bowlers create. And we usually get 70 to 100 entries in it. Multiple entry event, incidentally, a little different than this one. and it's one of the events in the Junior Bowlers Tour Mountain Conference. So it's the start of the season, and we hope all you kids will come out and watch that and bowl in it. See what Haynes does here. He's had an aggressive shot. He had a fairly ordinary first game. Nice, very nice, David. Good turkey. David Haynes won this tournament in 2006. I'll never forget. We'd had 2004, 2005. John Young, the only person to win the tournament twice, won it on the first arrow on the first year, and he won it on the second arrow on the second year, and David was bowling on the sixth arrow on the third year, deep inside. A lot of loft, quite slow. The ball speed was slower, and I never forgot it. It was one of the first time I'd seen a bowler win from the sixth arrow. Craig Knightover won from the sixth arrow as well, 2014 tournament. Shot a 285 in the final that year. And that's the highest game ever in the step ladder, 285. Started with the front 10 and left a designer washout. You know, we always tell the bowlers to watch where the ball finishes in the pit, and I can tell you that that shot of Morgan's Moors there finished behind the 8 pin in the pit, not in the middle of the 8 and 9. Well, Haynes didn't continue on there. He's got a turkey 7. Chooses to throw a dead straight ball at that bucket.
So 33rd to 49th, you said, get checks. Right?
And 49th at the moment is a score of minus 68. So it's going to go up from there. It'll be probably just under the card, I guess.
That's again assuming nothing goes crazy tomorrow. The first round is like everything. 1 for 60 for the first couple rounds. No, it's way after the second. 1 for 60 is like literally 2 or 3 rounds at least. Everybody goes 2 rounds for sure, right? And then in the third round, some are 4 pairs, some are 2 pairs, so that still stays 60.
Levi Fintel carrying on from his 235 with a double spare double on lanes 9 and 10. Looking pretty sharp, actually. We'll look at Moore now on 5. Carried the 10 that time, just a little bit slower. Gave the ball a chance to read better. Duthitz caught a double after a couple of early spares. 253 the first, and bowling way outside, as have all the left-handers pretty much that are in the cut. How many left-handers do we have in the top 16 at the moment?
Well, let's see. 1, 2, Jacob, Andrew, Mason is 3, JD Nance is 4. The first 4. Then we get to 7 and Kevin Jenkins. What'd you say, the top 15? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 in the top 7. Then you have to go all the way to.
I think that's about it.
Yeah. I think Hunter Mays is left-handed, and he's 30th.
Yes.
Got some good convo in the chat.
Ooh, Fintel carried a high hit there. Double spare turkey.
Well, he's coming out firing. And nice rebound game right here for Zachary Harvey. 4 out of the first 5. Had some good convos about your wonderful wife here in the chat. And some old, of course, PWBA shows. She was featured on television. Nice discussion with between Irish Pokey and Rep here in the chat, along with Lance. You remember, I'm assuming you attended a couple shows, right, in your day of Dennis?
I used to watch her on the sidelines chewing on what nails I had left. Very good bowler under pressure, Dana. Wins a lot of games for us in house leagues here at Tenpins and More. Talking about house leagues, we're still taking sign-ups for fall leagues. They start as early as this coming Tuesday. The senior swingers gets started, and then all of the rest of the leagues get going before the middle of September. And we're expecting 850 league bowlers here in the fall. 24-lane bowling center.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what, I watched some of that house shot last night. It didn't look the easiest, like the easiest house shot I've ever seen it. That's for sure. During the Pro-Am.
Well, it was a house shot on top of a couple of squads of of this. It makes it a little different, I guess. Zach Wilkins shot 890 no tap, and Steve Novak had 869 no tap. Fintel can't go wrong. He's probably going to be the leader after 2. He had the 3rd highest game in this section of lanes in game 1.
All right, speaking of game 1, stats, we have some.
All right. Well, we were right. The top 3 were all in this vicinity. 253 for Theo Duthard, 245 Parker Johnson, 235 Leo Fintel, 227 for Matt Jones, making a comeback after some health issues and whatnot. He's looking pretty sharp out of Arizona. Trey Ford, 224. Art Uzenian, 218. Zach Wilkins from Canada, 211. Kevin Jones from California, 211. Eric Haggerton from Artesia, Roswell area. Here in New Mexico, 206. Marshall Kent, 203. Noah Gallegos, 203. And 12 over the card, Nolan McCleary, and he was down on 1 and 2. He's moving this way. He had 200. And we've got a total of 24 bowlers with 180 or higher. So game 1, 12 bowlers over the card. How does that compare with squads 3 and 4? Do you remember?
What we say, 12
in
here?
The first game.
First game, squad 3 was 21.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
So there's a difference.
Actually, I think I kept all of my trusty score sheets. Let me check it out. I don't recall squad 4, but it wasn't 21.
Theo Duthit not trying to let Fintel, who's coming up on lane 10, get too far away. He's got a pair of doubles himself, no opens. Fintel, a lot of ball speed. He's in trouble now, left a washout. David Haynes kicks out the 7 pin.
Now I'm disappointed. What happened to all of my squad 4 standing sheets here? Well, all I need is 1. I can tell you what we need here.
Oh, nice spare there by
David
Jenkins, picking up the 4, 7, 10. In fact, probably would have picked up the big 4 because that ball ended up, that pin ended up in front of the 10 pin. Good shot for him. David Jenkins is in our fall draft league here on Monday night, signed up a couple of weeks ago. Our draft league, a baby of Mike Miller, who does the lanes here for this tournament, as well as Dennis Helmick and Demos Quintana, the main sponsor, Innovative Auto Solutions, and Bob Dillman. Morgan Moore, double 9 spare 4-bagger. Make that a 5-bagger. Have a big game here.
Squad 4, game 1, 15 bowlers plus.
We've got 12 here and some of them barely over.
What made you want to buy a bowling center, Steve? Curious.
Well, I didn't really want to buy a bowling center. I thought I was going to finish my career with AMF. I was the Vice President of International Operations. I had $85 million in operating budget responsibility in 11 countries, 71 bowling centers, and I was also responsible for equipment sales in 14 countries. And AMF, in their wisdom at the time, sold all the overseas centers, except Mexico, which ended up getting supervised by folks out of Phoenix. So I didn't have a job anymore. And I was only 50 years old and didn't want to sell insurance or anything. So this opportunity came up to build a bowling center here. And I was looking at a vacant old Walmart down the hill from here, about 3 miles away. Went in on a Friday. We've been talking about it for quite a few months. Went in on a Friday to sign a letter of intent, and I walk into the real estate office, and the lady says, "Oh, you didn't get my message? They're going to make this a Sam's Club, and they've decided to not put it on the market." I said, "Oh goodness!" I was really shocked and just blown out of the water, frankly. So I got home, and there happened to be a Bowler's Journal in the mail. I was somewhat bummed out, and I briefed through it, and in the classified area, first time I'd ever seen it. I'd lived in New Mexico for a couple of years at the time, and glanced through the classifieds and said Central New Mexico mid-sized bowling center for sale. So I called the number, and they said, "Oh yeah, it's at Rio Rancho." I said, "I live 9 miles from Rio Rancho." It was called Fun Lanes at the time, and the rest is history. Took quite a while to close on the deal for various reasons, but so in May we got the news that the new center wouldn't happen, and in December we bought this place, Danner and Mike and myself. His booth it on 2 spares, double spare turkey, and way outside again for another strike. There is your tournament leader here for sure. On account of Fintel's open 8th frame. And he's left another one on that same lane. Back-to-back washouts on lane 10. So Doothit could go off the sheet for 100 plus over.
That too would be, again, very familiar with how the squads have gone to start. You know, last squad it was Nathan Bohr who got off to the great start.
Emil, we need to get you a filing clerk. Keep all those papers in order.
Yeah, I had him in a decent order. There's squad 4. And Nathan went 266, 242. And Theo looking to put a couple of games up here. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Kathy
compliment.
Leach, I hope you're feeling better. Kathy was going to cross this tournament off a bucket list. She got halfway there. She signed up, paid up, showed up for the practice and one of the sweepers, and then didn't feel too well and had to withdraw at fairly short notice. Sorry that happened to you, Kathy, but we'll keep a spot for you and we'll keep a light on for you next year. Well, Morgan Moore, who shot 194 in the first game, can go off the sheet here for 258. So he joins the 12 that were over if they all stay there. And here's Theo making this game look really easy.
Opening up a pack, that 6-pack from Pabst Blue Ribbon, the official beer sponsor. Tenpins More. And certainly the official and main sponsors here, the New Mexico Open.
Pabst is sponsoring our next Match Play Madness tournament coming up here over Labor Day weekend. The finals are on Monday, the 5th of September at 2 o'clock, and they are the title sponsor of that event. $1,000 on top for that one. And Theo Theo, 111 over. Sweet. Morgan Moore moves to 429 for 2. Haynes opened with a 173. He can get to plus if he goes off the sheet here. He's moved out again. And that was a pretty good shot. He expected better result, I think. Looked like it.
Get more good stuff in the chat. Appreciate you guys tuning in. On a very U.S. Open feeling type of day. And it's a 3-squad, 8 games each on a very certainly demanding condition. You know, you earn every dollar you make here. That's for sure.
Oh, we've officially announced a few minutes ago that we'll be paying down to 49th place, 194 entries, same number of entries that we had last year. Of course, the tournament didn't run in 2020. The bowling centre was closed, and there wasn't any way we could run it or move it to a different time of year. I think once we give this date up, if that ever happened, I don't think we'd ever get it back again. It's hard to find a date when there isn't something going on. Big tournament this weekend in Iowa.
Yep.
Jeff Richkel's 11thframe.com Open up there. They had a sellout field with a wait list. And PBA events on around the traps as well. In fact, the Australian Sam Cooley won another regional the other day. He's won 5 regionals now. He's from the city south of Sydney called Wollongong, and works out and bowls out there at Shell Harbour Bowl. Eric Jang, Australia's first national all-star champion in 1962, still coaching various bowlers in Australia, and Sam Cooley's one of his pupils. Matthew Anderson, 232, and he's on the way this way, so he's over the card now for 18 for 2 games.
There you see some of the sponsors again up on the screen. Paps, Blue Ribbon, as we just talked about. Petrie, New Mexico, Principal Financial Group, Shamrock Foods.
And all of these, Dominguez Floors did our floors here. We've got brand new floors instead of carpet. And everyone loves them, including all the staff here. They're a lot easier to walk on for an 8 or 10 hour shift. Loveless Health Systems. Realty One of New Mexico. Girardi and Moore, dentists. Dave Moore is a league bowler here. Paul Yoder's Pro Shop. Turbo Grips. Been a long time supporter of bowling in various capacities. Janny King, our janitorial company here at the bowling centre. And Vallejos Realty. And Vallejos has her own realty company now, and I can tell you in Rio Rancho there's about 110,000 people living here, and the housing market is hot. We had a couple of league bowlers, Doc Davis and Felicia Davis. They put bids in on 5 houses, as it turned out, over a period of a couple of months, and finally snagged one of them here in town.
It's a real estate market here, kind of a hotbed too
it's
at the
doing
moment?
well.
Okay.
It's doing well. The land's a little cheaper. It's a little cheaper to buy land and build a house on the west side of the river, Rio Grande. Of course, until we had quite a wet summer, it was the nicknamed here the Rio Not So Grande. It was pretty much all dirt in some areas. But we've had quite a monsoon season this year. And today, just talking about the weather again, quite cold today. It's in the 60s. You couldn't see the mountain for the rain about an hour ago. We have a large mountain range here, the Sandia mountain range, and it's 10,368 feet.
Wow.
And you can't see the top of it. It's a long way up. We're about a mile high here. We're at 5,200 feet at Rio Rancho, somewhat of a plateau up here. We don't usually get any problems with flood issues here because the water runs downhill pretty quick.
Tyler McPhee joining us along with Max Martinez, or Martin, excuse me, Max Martin. Max wearing a Grandview Vikings jersey. I have to assume that he bowled collegiately, or at least knows someone who bowled collegiately at Grandview.
He works over at Skidmore's Holiday Bowl. Gary Skidmore, a 6-time PBA national winner, and runs a busy 26-lane house over there. They have music gigs multiple nights a week with live bands, and it's done very well for them since we all got reopened about 15, 16 months ago here in the state of New Mexico after the Wuhan virus. Duth at lane 9, the tournament leader here in this squad, 5'11" for the first two. Had a fast 8 and now a criminal 7'10". Could have been a double.
Game 3 scores today have been a bit on the lower side per squad. We'll see if that continues here in squad 5.
Theo going for the 7-pin. There's dead wood in the gutter over there. Let's keep an eye on this one, see what happens. Should have had the dead wood removed. Didn't make any difference as it turned out. And the tournament director happened to be Johnny on the spot. I saw it.
By the way, shout out to Irish Pogey. Looks like Sam Cooley was up in Rochester, New York. Bud Light Challenge was taking place up there. Harvey asking what the estimated cut might be. Plus 48. Yeah.
Who said that?
Harvey Johnson.
Harvey Johnson. You have to quit drinking after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Harvey. I don't think it's going to be that high. There's about 8 bowlers that are hoping it won't be that high as well. Sitting on the fence here watching a very close finish coming up. Back-to-back Greek churches for David Haynes. 16 in the second. Not what he would hope to have done.
Question there from Alternative Investments about Billy, and I'm just not sure that he bowled. Didn't bowl today, and I feel like he didn't bowl yesterday either.
Who was that? Didn't see him.
Billy, I don't think he was here.
Not an entry.
Hook.
We have 1 no-show in this squad.
Well, if you just take into account, like, if we assume right now that Theo, who is off to obviously a great start, right, is going to be in, that's automatically 1 person out, which is where the tie would then come into place. But I mean, you got to think, just based on the squad right now, that 3 to 5, I'm thinking at least 5 players would advance here from squad 5.
Duth in a spot of bother over here. A fast 8, left the 6-10, spared it. ripped the rack, 7-10, open frame, and then left the 4-7 and only got one of them. So he's now 36 in the third. How fortunes can change fairly quickly here. And particularly in squad 5. There's a reputation for mean-spiritedness as the night wears on.
So I'm just going to go with Harvey's number, right? So if he says it's 48, right, that would be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people have to qualify from this squad. Not going to happen.
I'm thinking at least 5.
I'm thinking 34. I'm usually reasonably close.
Oh, well, that's a nice break.
Emil Williams out of Las Cruces, south of here, about 4.5 hours drive. Randy Johnson out of Alamogordo, two-hander.
That's the same Randy who's been in the chat throughout this week?
No.
No. That was Randy Jackson.
Have an Andy Varapapa 4-bagger up here for David Jenkins. Gutterball, spare, and a turkey.
That'd be a nice way to, well, an interesting but kind of cool way to shoot 290.
Yes, it would be. That probably happened a few times, but not often. See how Theo comes back. Light hit. Broke up the bucket.
That's his first strike of game 3.
Yeah.
And it comes in frame number 4.
Morgan Moore. 235 in the second. He's 429. And you can see how powerfully built Morgan is, and he's lost some weight. And throws a great ball. Nice.
That's
You
been
like
a
to
popular.
See, yeah, you like to see that 10
Yeah.
pin take off into the pit.
That bowling ball has been popular. Jacob Butcher used it today. Steven Novak used it yesterday. Folks, as you hop in, if you wouldn't mind, and smash that thumbs up for me. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Bowlstream TV. We're talking about Theo, and Bowlstream TV will be covering the CBE 10K Cactus Classic, September 9th through the 11th.
What house is that at?
I believe it's
remember?
Sun City. Let me tell you 1 second.
David Haynes shooting himself in the foot over there. Lakeview Lanes in Sun City, Arizona. The CBE $10,000 Cactus Classic, and that's $10,000 on top, folks, not just $10,000 total. Entry fee similar to ours, $275. A Desperado entry fee of $150, and a $100 deposit required to pick one of 3 squads, A, B, or C. Well, Moore coming up in front of us on a 4-bagger. Morgan Moore. Double for Duthet. Yes, chop the 10 pin in half for a 5-bagger.
He and his brother, man, they can play. I saw them either late March or early April at the Western Rodman TBA. Cane throws are pretty nice. He's one of the rare people to kind of see get left early. Oh, come on.
All right, David Jenkins. Crooked arm. All right, let's have a look at some scores here. They came in via hair mail. Goodness. All right, well, a couple of these bowlers are out of sight here, but they've got the scores on the board. Theo Dooth at 511, we've told you about that before. Trey Ford from Texas, 471. Parker Johnson, 468. Art Uzunian, 463. Matt Jones, 462. Some big numbers. Levi Fintel, 453. Marshall Kent shot 231 the second, 434. He's in 7th place. Morgan Moore, we're looking at him now.
Oh,
he's carried a 6-bagger. So he's in 8th prior to this game with 429. Eric Haggerton, 421. Matthew Anderson, 418. Cortez Schenk, 233 in the second to get over the card. 3. Zach Wilkins, 402. And Nolan McCleary right in front of us, 402. So now we've got 13. One more went over the card there. We're now at 13 pluses. Our defending champion, Dylan Taylor, in some trouble. I've seen him bowl 3 balls. He's on the way down here. I've only seen him throw 3 first balls, and they've all been ringing 10s, and he missed one of them, so he's having a hard time. Let's have a look at David Jenkins now on lane 8. He's on a spare 5-bagger. And make that 6, looking sweet. David just graduated from UNM. I'm not quite sure what he was doing there, what program he was in, but graduated with honors. Okay, Moore on a 6-bagger, the front 6. High game so far, 279.
279. Belongs to Brian Van Sickle, although according to the chat there, Morgan brought over 6 strikes. Forgot about that.
Sean Lee, note there from Mr. Johnson. Sean Lee, who won this tournament in 2007, our 4th event, beat Chris Johnson, who at the time was the PBA Rookie of the Year. Johnson had a 300 that year in this particular squad. In fact, in that squad, it finished at about 1 in the morning because we had so many no-shows, we took them and had 5 to a pair at 6 o'clock, and it finished dreadfully late. And Sean ran the step ladder, beat Steve Klompkin, Chris Johnson, a couple of guys from Las Vegas that year. And we've never seen Sean Lee since. But he coaches the Moore brothers up there at his 10-back pro shop.
That's a great individual right there. Do work. See you, Sean. It's fun to get to catch up with him earlier in the year. Took over the tournament director position. Oh, come on, give it to him.
Good shot there for David.
For that Western
nice,
Rival.
Yeah, nice run. Let's have a look at what he had prior to this. A pair of 170s, Jenkins, so he's got himself out of a bit of a hole. Moore spares the 7th frame, 168 in the 6th. On a 240 pace.
Steve, you're one back-to-back or repeat champion in this center. Oh, I'm sorry, at this event is.
Do what? Yeah, yes. The back-to-back is John Young. He beat 77 bowlers in 2004, and then we had 89 entries in 2005, and he won that one. Beat Dennis Brown from Colorado, who was in the tournament in an earlier squad here. Dennis, a former New Mexico resident living up in Colorado Springs now, runs a busy bowling center, family fun center up there. Pintel looks like he's kicked on a little bit from last game. He only had 160 odd, I think. David Haynes is in a world of hurt, 76 in the 7th. Goodness.
You don't see him struggle often.
I've never seen him struggle like that. And here's an interesting bowler coming this way. He's on lane 3. He throws a two-handed backup.
Oh, Kyle, right?
And he was on a 6-bagger there. He'll be over here shortly. Two-handed backup, formerly out of Kansas, now out of California. In Australia, we have a saying about that. Every time you see your picture in the post office, you change states. I must have a good memory. I haven't lived in Australia since 1991.
Have you been back to visit?
2016, we went down for a reunion tournament, and Dana and I and a couple of our league bowler sponsors, Jim and Diane Wemple, we're planning to go there next year for a big V, the big visit. Well, we're getting some good scores on 7 and 8 in this game. In fact, this might be the highest scoring foursome I've ever seen here in the years you and I have been covering this. Look at this. 5-bagger, 2 doubles, a 6-bagger, and a 6-bagger.
.34 max for Max Martin, no pun intended. 247 max for McPhee. That's going to change a little bit. 269 out there for David Jenkins. And now 254 pending a spare here from Morgan.
Good spare shooter. And he got that off Sean Lee, I can guarantee you. Sean, very good spare shooter.
Covered that with ease.
Qualified 5th that year and ran the step ladder. Well, here's Duster's ball coming up on lane 4. Watch it, it's a two-handed backup. We'll get a good look at him there soon. And that's as good as it gets.
According to Christine in the chat, he only does that when he wants to show off. Wink, wink.
Well, he was 45 under, not anymore.
Well, I'll tell you, if you can, if that's a skill in any two-handers bag, it's one to definitely keep in the back pocket. Push. Scott asked a good question, and an open frame there for Max in the 10th. You got the any dates? But this weekend, basically every year, right? Is that the goal?
Yeah. Yeah, it's always the same weekend. I don't have a calendar in front of me. Have you got next year's August on that bat phone of yours?
Oh, but I live and die by my calendar. It's the only way my household functions.
Let's have a look at the date.
All right, August 2023, you're looking at 18, 19, 20.
Yes, there you go. 18, 19, and 20 of August, folks. You heard it here first. Don't be telling me in July, well, we didn't know it was on. I hear that every year. It just drives me nuts. You know, really. Give me a fair income break.
Don't get him riled up.
248. Very nice game for David Jenkins.
Again, August 18th through the 20th, 2023. Go ahead and put that on my calendar right now.
Yeah, sure, invited back.
Well, I'm never sure. You know, I don't take it for granted.
Okay, there's the name I'm going to remember, Scott. Scott Lathrop. Thank you for the dates.
So send
bucket
his entry
list
in tomorrow.
Better get it off your bucket list while you can. Well, I should have said absolutely nothing, but we've ended up with 4 200s on this pair, which is nice to see. And Mr. Duster can't miss on that pair. After a 187 and a 168, he's in line to shoot 268 here if he can get the next two in the 10th frame. Duthert is going to shoot 170, 180 odd. Hasn't been that bad of a game, but he flagged a spare, had a washout, and a 710, and he's gone through the face 160 something for the leader.
Again, similar, man. Game 3 is.
Wow, what a shot that would. Did you see that headpin ended up mid-air?
You know, there just have not been a lot of players with that type of area. He's got a few boards to work with. I'm trying something on the fill.
But Rick Sevier out of West Texas. Hi, Rick. Hope you're feeling well, and your wife. And Shell Carey said, when do entries close? As soon as you send me a check. When do entries open, I should say. Show me the money. You're in. In fact, at the end of this tournament, bowlers leave me money tomorrow.
For the following year, right?
Yeah, for the following year. And we've already got 2 signed up for next year. And there's Duster throwing the fill right-handed, two-handed, and shot 268. So that gets him over the card and adds him to the list of overs. We'll see what it ends up at. 12 after the first game, 13 over after game 2, and he was way down the list. He was 22nd And he's got himself back over.
Well, that's one way to get back to plus. So Michelle, I'll give you a little insight. Michelle's got a daughter who bowls collegiately at Monmouth University. Pretty good player. I'm assuming that she could see a future scenario where her daughter's name is Saya would enter this event and bowl. Speaking of the, I didn't know, right? So we were talking about, actually Michelle mentioned this earlier, I asked the question, PWBA players and thinking some might bowl. I talked to a couple actually at the last event in Dallas. And we're just talking about, hey, what's next on your schedule, and then talking, and hey, I'm going to New Mexico, and then a couple players said, wait, where at? What's happening there? What tournament is it? So I think a few still don't know.
Well, I guess they don't read Bowler's Journal or look at calendars or anything.
They may not.
And we had 13 women here this year.
So
and it looks like one will make the cut.
The local crop. Well, there was, I'm sure, a couple locals that bowl, but Eileen, perhaps the youngest local, maybe?
Yeah, let's have a look at the top list there. You go through all these 78 pages of
you want the full standings?
paper you've got here. Let's have a look at it.
Oh, that's not the one. That's the wrong one.
There we go. Maria Jose Rodriguez at 49 in 21st place, and Aileen Linares in 23rd place at 48. And that is it for the woman.
And they both should be in.
Yeah.
Soft here.
Yeah, they're going to both be in, regardless what Harvey Johnson thinks.
Well, even if it's 48, Eileen still would be in. Yeah, she is tied with Robert Marion at the moment.
Yeah. Aileen had a very good finish today to get there. She was in trouble early.
Get a look at 11 and 12 down there. They're in the 10th frame, and Dylan Taylor, defending champion, bowling on that pair. Just went 7 spare.
Yeah, he's going to shoot 171 if he gets a strike, and
yeah, he's got a fill left. But Levi is going to be in the 220s.
558 for Dylan, so he's got some work to do. No free rides for the defending champion, other than the fact that part of their prize last year is paid entry this year by us. He didn't have to pay an entry fee, 168. So he's at 555 for the first 3, 185 average. Fintel kicked on again, 228 in that game, so he's hanging in there.
I'll get you back to 7 and 8 here shortly. We'll see Noah Gallegos. Is it Gallegos or Gallegos?
Gallegos. Him and his dad are bowling. His dad's a lefty, and Noah a two-handed righty, and won a tournament in Colorado just recently. They've got a nice little couple of tournament tours going on in Colorado now. That's a recent development. Last couple of years, a senior tour and a non-senior tour. Tournament bowling's doing very well in America.
What city are they from? Say Colorado?
Yeah, Denver.
Denver.
Yeah.
That's
they run those
fantastic.
tours. Both of those tours go all over the state.
Man, Billy Ginch runs a tour as well, or at least a tournament series at I believe it's Arapahoe Bowling Center.
Holiday Lanes up there runs a lot of events. Fort Carson, Thunder Alley, 48 Lane House.
So Noah has joined us. We've got
Emil Williams, Trey Ford is visiting friends. He's not far from us now. He's in second place after 2 at 471. Don't know what he had in the game before that. Matthew Anderson up on lane 5, Andy's brother. Lives in DFW now, I think. Dallas Fort Worth area.
Matthew does?
I think so. I think he moved there. I'm not sure. Maybe not.
I don't know. I feel like Las Vegas sounded like something at one point. He always bowls very well at the OC and specifically the Bowler's Journal.
Maybe a professional poker player. I'm not sure.
You play poker?
No,
Me neither.
I barely bowl.
Me too.
That's enough of a gamble for me, bowling 2 leagues a week.
Good shot. He's been around third arrow. Poker dealer, Keith says. How about that? This is game 4 of 8. This squad kind of moving right along.
Oh,
I've seen that spare left today, or that split left a lot.
yeah, the ball.
And Tony,
A sharp left-hand turn just before the pins. Let's see what Duster is doing here. Yeah, left-handed backup.
well, I think Kyle's been paying attention.
Yes, he has. Not only paying attention, but brave enough to try an unusual release.
I think it's in every two-hander's bag these days. But specifically, I think for two-handed righties, I think you got to have the backup in your bag. The versatility.
Noah Gallegos, the turkey. Good effort.
Having
For
said
him
that,
after a 218, he's 12 under after 3.
Noah's still doing his thing.
Morgan Moore had to wait quite a while to get started, and that'll hurt you in this last squad. Hanging around. Very cold in the bowling center. Cool on the lanes. Cold up on the concourse. And very cold outside and wet.
Good shot.
Keene is out of the Las Cruces area. There's no bowling center in Las Cruces at the moment. The 32 laner there closed some years ago. They've been talking about putting a 12-lane family fun center in there somewhere alongside movie theaters, and I don't believe it's happened yet. I may be one of the first people who have ever organized a bowling center attached to a theater. It was in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I was on the board down there with our joint venture partners, Play Center, and
he's got it working.
And we put a 20-lane center in Boulevard Bowl in Buenos Aires. Beautiful city. Can't drive for nuts down there, though. I was on that main drag there. It's 18 lanes across. They've actually got lines on the road. It's 18 lanes across, and my driver happened to stop at the red light. We were right in the front, and I counted 21 vehicles across those 18 lanes. And the second day he picked me up. It was a brand new vehicle on day one. Day two, it already had 2 dents in it. I said, "What happened?" He said, "Oh, nothing. Buenos Aires." Well, Taylor's not doing what he would like, that's for sure.
We get in here? Yeah, give us some headphones.
Eric Espinder, who shot back-to-back-to-back 279s at the Nationals, 837 series. How about him talking for a while? I'll go and count some money. Eric Espinder is an Albuquerque bowler and failed to enter the tournament in time this year, but we won't hold that against you.
Let's get in here. Let's get in here. See how these folks are doing tonight. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. How's it looking so far?
Well, Theo got out to what? He went 53, 58, then he shot buck 60. If my memory serves correctly. Outside of that, well, Trey Ford and then Kyle Duster just shot 268 backup.
Yeah, I saw him go. He's got a pretty good look with that backup ball right there. Telling you, man, he's got a little bit of wiggle room out there.
So why didn't you bowl again?
I got a little shoulder injury.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens. But next year we'll be back at it. We'll be doing it again sometimes. Even the best of us got to take a time off.
Well, for those that don't know you, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Oh, my name is Eric Espinder. Nice to meet everybody. I've been bowling a long time, especially here in the New Mexico area. Got a runner-up finish back in 2006, 7. I don't know. It's been a while. Back when I was good.
Why does everyone say that?
Oh man, you know, just the way the nature gets you. Okay, old age will get you every once in a while. Just when you think you got it, this game will bring you back.
It sounds like this tournament, this lane condition. Just when you think you've got it.
Well, that's the Mike Miller special. To be honest with you, he really likes to make it tough. It's fun. It's fun. But been seeing some pretty good scores so far. I mean, it's a very humbling shot, that's for sure.
It seems a little bit different than last year.
Definitely. There's it's obviously much shorter than last year, so people are definitely playing a different spot of the lane this year. But definitely it does look playable. Seen some pretty good numbers going up there. As long as you can get the right roll in the right spot, seems like you get a little bit of wiggle room, such as the gentleman on 5.
Kyle taking
a little balk there.
Some time. I'll give Matt Anderson the opportunity to take care of his 2-pin. Eric, where'd you finish last year?
I believe I missed the cut by 1 stick.
What?
Yeah, a little rough. First time ever in my life I ever missed the cut.
And out of how many?
Oh, the times I've bowled?
17?
Oh,
at that
18,
point?
yeah,
Okay.
17, yeah, all of them. 17, 18. Never missed the cut. Last year was the first year I ever missed the cut. Missed it by one. I left a lovely little 10 pin in my fill shot, or my second shot of the 10th frame of game number 9. A little rough, but again, it happens. That was a good ball.
Dante was looking for 4 in a row. Dante Ribari. How long have you gotten a chance to watch today?
I've been watching pretty much all day.
Okay.
I've been kind of following the cast pretty much all day.
Thank you.
No, thank you. It does make it easy for us to follow. Listened to a little bit of Jimmy Tillery earlier today.
Jimmy was in, certainly. What's been the consensus for you watching and now watching in person on, you know, preferred or the correct, quote-unquote, places to play?
Yeah,
in your opinion.
In my opinion, I've seen a lot of guys kind of play out with something pretty weak or even urethane.
Yep.
And that seems to be the best, safest shot out there. That's where everybody's scoring the best or staying in the cut. All weekend so far. As long as you get that almost up the back roll from the outside, you can generate a lot of area out there. But any guys that want to tilt it or get that twist of the wrist at the last second, that's when you get into some trouble. Tyler, that was a really good shot. Got a double going on. That was a fantastic shot there. I think that gentleman just overpowers the shot right there. I remember back in the day, I used to throw it that hard.
Well, 7 in a row here for Noah.
Hey, Noah's got it figured out.
We've had a few front 8s during the tournament so far. No one has gotten to number 9.
Well, Noah's going to be our first.
There's also been a few people been able to kind of wheel urethane a little bit.
Yeah, there's been some pretty good shots in the middle with urethane, but again, that's where it gets a little tricky. You start to kind of spin it a little bit, checks a little early on you, and you get a little trouble.
Oh, hook.
And then you got that going on.
Eric Spendez joined us in the booth for a little bit. The triplicate record that Steve mentioned.
Yeah, that was a good year.
It was in. It was right here in Albuquerque at the convention center.
That was actually in Reno, Nevada.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Well, where am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at of course, your hometown.
Yes.
There's the stadium in the background.
Yes, sir. Reno, 2013, Reno, Nevada, 279 triplicate.
That was my first year that I stopped working the tournament. I was working there in media with Matt.
Oh,
the
yes,
previous
Matt.
3 years.
Yes, Matt. Matt, good friend of mine. Love that.
Thanks, Jeff. Nice. That is courtesy of Jeff Hemer right there.
There we go. Got another front 8 going on right now.
All right. Come on, Noah. We got the Game 3 update, or scores after 3, and Trey Ford has moved into the lead. Very consistent 7-14, 224, 247, 243. Marshall Kent, 264 in game 3, is now plus 98 in second. Morgan Moore third at plus 82. Levi Fentel fourth at plus 81. Theo Duthit is now fifth at plus 77. Art Uzunian is sixth at plus 63, followed by Matt Jones seventh at plus 57. Matt Anderson is eighth at plus 54. Parker Johnson ninth at plus 42. Cortez Shank is 10th at plus 37. Kyle Duster after the 268 moves to plus 23. And Kevin Jones, the last player plus at the moment, 12th at plus 9.
Seems to be some pretty high scores in this squad.
Gallegos, however,
so far.
Yeah, minus 14 at the moment. But that's going to change. So he'll be up shortly, as you can see. 9th frame upcoming. McPhee trouble leaves the 6-7. Someone actually, is Matt throwing the black hammer? I did see one on the rack. I can tell you in 1 second if that's what it was. Meanwhile, here's Gallegos. Come on.
Get it. Oh.
And the front 8 reigns supreme again.
Stay with that elusive 9.
If you were bowling, where would you be playing?
Honestly, I'd probably be having something pinned down, a little shiny, something smaller, maybe like a tropical, and I'd be playing outside, trying to get it to float for me a little bit out there. I see a lot of room out there. There is some oil out there, but there's some friction out there as well. So you can, like I said earlier, you can get yourself a little bit of room if you got the right hand position at the bottom. This pattern does not seem to be friendly for anybody who likes to have a high rep rate. We want to be something smooth and up the back a little bit. That will definitely benefit you this weekend. This is a tournament that is always a marathon, not a sprint. Spares do matter in this tournament. That's why this tournament's always fun. Fantastic. Spares do matter. I don't know how many times be hovering right around that even mark, and a couple of spares will knock you right out. And that is exactly why you don't play in the middle of the lane.
No games tomorrow.
Zach in the chat, yep. They just continue to drop by and say hello. Nice spare from Max.
Very good.
Washout conversion. Lance says hello, Eric. Old age getting you.
Ah, yes, Mr. Emerson. Yes, sir. Old age has gotten me. He already knows that. Hold with Lance for many, many years here in the Albuquerque area. Fantastic bowler.
Keith, that 49.5, I know. I'm still going the under, though. But I will be the first to give you the credit if it is indeed over. We are inching closer to something similar, and Noah with the first mistake here of the game.
It's a little bit when you try to make those angles a little too big. That's what happens.
Why is that important to keep in mind?
Keep it important not to make your angles too big, because that
Nice
is what
spare.
happens. Fantastic spare by Noah. When you start to get your angles too big, especially on patterns like this, short patterns, 2-to-1 ratios, stuff like that, when your angle starts to get too big, those are your misses, unfortunately. If you're throwing the ball really, really well, you can keep your misses to, flat 10s, swisher 7s, high 4s, stuff like that, keep it good. But when your angles start to get too big, those are your misses. 2-8-10s, big 4s, stuff like that. So you want to keep your angles nice and tight, keep everything in play, And again, especially on a pattern where you want it to be more of a marathon instead of a sprint, you want to keep it in play. You want to keep easy sparable spares, and you want to be able to grind out those tough patterns that you get, or you get those pairs that are a little tougher than other pairs, and you want to grind out the 2.0s, the 190s. That really saves you, because then you're going to get that pair that's just pretty wide open, and you're going to be able to shoot the 240s, 250s, and you're going to be able to leapfrog a few people. That is why it's so important to keep your angles nice and tight.
Nice breakdown. You sure you've done this before?
Once or twice.
Okay. Where at?
So again, with Matt Canizaro,
Okay.
A couple of times with him. Really good buddy of mine. Him and Brandy, known Brandy my whole life. Matt, just working with him, taking a lot of notes off of Matt. Matt's very articulate.
I learned almost everything I know, at least from writing.
Yes.
From him.
Yes. Matt is a great guy. Very, very smart fella. But again, this is the squad you really like to get to. This is a squad you really like to bowl. For me, anyway, I like to have a number to shoot at.
So
like
you're a squad fiver or any last squad
correct.
tournament.
Yeah, I like a 4 or 5 squad. I like to have a number to shoot for. I never like to be the guy that's setting the pace. I like to know not necessarily where everybody's playing, but what the scores are. What's a decent score? What's an average score? You can never win the tournament in game 1, but you can definitely lose the tournament in game 1. So just having a nice pace for it.
Already done on 7 and 8s, and we'll be wrapping up here on 5 and 6 shortly.
264. What's that put Noah at? Plus 40. Another candidate in the plus category. Nice game.
Matt now with 5 in a row as he strikes in the 9th. It's going to be this is game 4.
Yes, game 4.
This is this squad's kind of moving kind of quick.
Yeah, it is. Halfway through the squad already.
I'm not complaining about that. It's been a long day.
I'm pretty sure these guys aren't either. Anybody who makes the cut off to this squad wants to get some rest. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I don't know if Kyle began his day going back up. I'm going to guess he did based on his start.
Yeah, he's throwing it pretty good out there. If he didn't start the day, he definitely figured it out quick.
With the 100 pin increase from game 2 to 3.
Yeah. 168 to 268. What's he going to shoot? 240? If he punches out. If he wasn't playing backup in the first 2 games, he definitely made a great transition.
Dylan Taylor on 9 and 10. Getting some applause from his fellow Arizonians. He's got 3 in a row. The defending champion, he joined us a little bit earlier. It's got to be anytime you come back to an event you won, it's always special, and he mentioned that, but I know it's always in the back of your mind. You're not trying to defend. You just want to bowl well and give yourself the chance to do so.
Definitely.
You're someone's hero.
Yeah, Houseman 15. I love you too, Camo.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Eric.
Yeah.
So last year was my first year covering this tournament. It's also my first time in New Mexico.
Okay.
And obviously when you bowl or work tournament, whatever the case may be, typically there's not a lot of time. But I spent enough time to know that, all right, this seems like a cool spot. I should come back.
Definitely.
Visit at some point and, not work, bowl, et cetera, et cetera. So as a native,
yeah,
Where would you tell one who would like to come back and visit some spot or spend some additional time?
Oh, man.
Where should I go? Where should I eat?
Oh, you ever tried Sadie's?
Nope.
Sadie's is fantastic. Good New Mexican style food, good green chili, red chili, if you're into that sort of stuff. It is a fantastic place. Santiago's off of Indian School and Eubank. It's a mom and pop shop. That is probably the best breakfast sandwich you can ever have. It is a fantastic place to eat. Those are my 2 local spots that I would eat every day if I could.
Sadie's and Santiago's.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Those are fantastic spots to eat. Wex is always a fan favorite as well. Did you try Wex yet?
Nope.
Wex is a really good place.
I've tried nothing.
Huevos Centeros.
Because of time.
Ah, okay. Yeah, the Huevos Centeros at Wex, they're usually only open for breakfast and lunch. Got to get in there. I'm telling you, man, there's a bunch of spots in there that have some fantastic green chili. You a green chili fan?
Well, the only reason I know about green chili is because I spend a lot of time with Brandy.
Ah, yes. Okay, fair enough. Yes. Yes.
So I have had it.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, yeah, you got to try that more often. Were you a fan when you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Yes. And those are the 3 spots that I would definitely recommend going back to: Sadie's, Santiago's, and Wex. Those 3 places with some green chili, definitely worth it.
Okay. Keith is giving some props to the AAA, the Isotopes.
Ah, yes.
Are they still called the Isotopes?
They are.
Okay.
The Albuquerque Isotopes, fantastic.
That
ball
would
club.
be definitely on my list.
Yeah, you should definitely check that out. We have a new professional soccer team as well called the New Mexico United.
Oh,
If they're ever in town, you should check out one of those games. I checked out my first game ever on Wednesday night. Really cool experience. So definitely check out a soccer game. That's fun. Same park, Isotopes Park. It is pretty good. How long are you in town for when you do come in?
Thursday to Monday.
Thursday to Monday, okay.
And it's as you know, it's pretty quick.
Yep.
Because I'm in here Friday through Sunday.
Yep.
And then I'm home.
Yeah, you get about 6 hours of free time.
Right. 244 for Matt.
Very nice game, Matt.
Let's we'll check in on 9 and 10 here.
And 237 for Kyle. Hooks him up there. What's that put him at? 60 over?
Yeah, that's 68-37 again. Last 2 for Mr. Duster. And now Matt has gone 232, 236, 244 his last 3. And these 2 pairs are actually the first to be done with game 4. We're watching 9 and 10 now. This is Dylan Taylor, the defending champion, on the left side of your screen.
Fantastic shot there.
Makes it 5.
So
He's got a chance to open up a 6-pack. Pabst Blue Ribbon. Sponsors here at the New Mexico Open. One more, he'll be in the 240s. And for Dylan, slow start, but a chance to erase 40 pins off his minus 45 at the moment. I'm assuming that someone of your experience level has won a tournament or 2 in your lifetime.
I've won a few, yeah, 1 or 2, yeah.
What are the ones that stand out?
I have 2 regional tour titles. One in Farmington, here in Albuquerque as well. It's been pretty fun. Took 3rd in nationals for all events. Shot 2170. Those are probably the 3 top my finishes.
Was that 13?
2013,
well? Okay.
Yep. Shot 830, 720, and 690. And of course I shot 830 in team, so no eagle for that. But we made some money that year. It's always the goal when you go out there, right?
Well, and no one can call you, or not call you a team player.
Absolutely.
Because you went full boat.
Absolutely. I gave it all on team.
Nicely
get Dylan
done.
Back to even.
Right on time.
Yep.
for Dylan Taylor, and he gets a fresh start for this back half of this block.
That's it. It's only halfway done. He's got 4 more to go to make some room. Zach Harvey with a nice 6-count spare down there.
Should have a couple players making the walk. I saw Mason Moore making the walk early. I think he's down on 1 and 2. Zach Wilkins will be making his way down here at some point pretty soon also. Looks like we're almost close to getting started on 5 and 6 as we watch.
Yeah, a couple of guys should be making their way. Noah's going to 5 and 6 from 7 and 8, and a couple of guys 3 and 4 making their way.
It was a slow start to this game for Morgan Moore. His first strike didn't come into frame 5. That manages to and nearly pulled out 2-0 in this game, but he'll get to 188 with a strike on the fill.
It's a pretty good save on that game. Those are the games that I'm talking about. Those are the ones where the spares come in. That 6-3, 8-1. Stay spares. You can grind out 2-0 right there. And then you go to a good pair where you get your 240, 250. But those are the small things that really make a difference in these tournaments.
Off camera, good shot to start for Noah. Coming off, what did he end up? 260?
260, yeah.
Plus.
Trying to build off that front 8.
We're going to see the defending champ next, along with Kyle Duster and Matt Anderson. There is Zach Wilkins. You don't see him on camera, but he just made the walk to our left in front of us. Zach and Farrell are traveling together this weekend.
Yes, sir. Good old Farrell Williams.
Yeah, he's going to join me a little bit later. You got one more game in you?
Oh, sure. I got
Okay.
one more with us.
All right.
Then we'll get Farrell in here. Talk about a man that can throw a ball very hard. Farrell Williams. That guy don't leave anything out there.
So, so Jim was in squad 4 when Farrell was bowling, and every time Farrell made a 10-pin, or at least attempted one,
Yep.
Jim would go, wow.
I'm telling you, man. When you throw the ball that hard, you don't even have to touch the pin. You just got to get close. Just got to get close. The wind will knock it over. And if he does touch it, he's probably going to break it in half. I watched Farrell bowl a few times in Vegas, and, you know, not everything is peaches and creams, obviously. And there's a few times you leave some 10 pins that you thought should have fallen. And I'm pretty sure I watched him throw a few shots that I don't think ever touched the lane and hit the pin in the air. He fired that ball.
No love for Dylan Taylor, just right off the start here. 5-7.
Make a spare, grind it out. Noah with a good start, double again. So a man who travels as much as you got some good commentary going on. You got a bowl.
I did.
Man.
That was all right.
Yeah?
It's pretty solid. Bowl collegiately.
Okay. Well, what's stopping you from doing it today?
This.
Atta baby. All right. Commentary gets in the way. I hear you.
Yeah, I last year was the first year I bowled league in 4 years.
Oh, wow.
So, and you at some point, you try not to make the excuses, because it was getting to a point I'm like, all right, I do want to bowl again. And I wasn't bowling like on the full time. I'd sub here and there, and I travel a lot. I work a lot on the PWBA tour, so when you're on the road, it's
Definitely.
week to week. Last thing you kind of want to do is actually bowl.
Bowl some more. Yep.
I even
hear
made
ya.
an attempt a couple years back to bring stuff on tour. I put a couple balls on the truck, so every stop I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go practice. I did it twice. And I'm like, well, that's it, because you get in, right, you travel in, like, the last thing, just like this.
Yep.
We know we don't get a lot of time, so you try to take advantage of the few hours that you do have. Most of them involve sleep.
Definitely. Definitely. Get as much sleep as you can.
So, but I did get back into league. I think I bowled about 15 weeks worth.
Okay.
Was a little disappointed, but I was pleased with 211.
I got to tell you, when you bowl league or you bowl as collegiately as you have, and you're good at what you do, and then you don't put the time or effort into it. Mentality-wise, you still want to average the 230, 240 you were used to.
Tough.
But when you get out there and you can't do it, it is mentally
It messes with you.
100%, definitely.
The first week I shot 680, and I'm like, oh, I didn't expect that. I was just hoping for like 600,
Right.
let alone 80 over. And then then you keep bowling, and then the reps, right, and then the muscle memory starts coming back.
Definitely.
And then by default, any bad habits you had, they also start coming back because the muscle memory is returning. And then it just was like, okay, this is not fun.
Fighting uphill.
It's not fun
Fighting
anymore.
uphill. That's exactly right.
But I'm gonna try it again.
another
I'm
good
gonna
shot.
bowl league again.
There you go. All right.
Next week, actually, first week.
Yeah. All right.
I'll be home.
I expect 700.
Okay. I got to get to the pro shop first.
There you go. Yep, that's the key.
I'm gonna get in touch with you. I'm gonna tell you what happened.
Yeah, I hope you do. I want to hear it.
At worst, I'm gonna A, get your contact, social media, and or B, I'll just ask Brandy.
There you perfect. Yeah, Brandy has it all. Exactly. Yeah. Yes. Well, no front eight for Noah this game, but a little fast eight there on a double.
He's still managing to find some area too down lanes, like
He
on
does.
that shot in
Yep.
frame 2.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of that roll in the middle part of the lane that a lot of people aren't getting. I'm telling you, it's that hand position at the bottom. Once you get to that hand position at the bottom, if you can roll more up the back of it, you tend to gain a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Trey Ford is looking pretty solid. In fact, Trey should be
Do we know we shot game 4?
nearby. I thought he was moving left, I think. Yeah, he is moving left. I think he's going to be on 9 and 10 when 9 and 10 is ready to go. Brian in the chat said, Eric, don't forget King of the Rock champion.
Ah, yes, Rio Doso. I love that tournament. That is a fantastic tournament. It's a small house. I believe it's only a 12-lane house or maybe even a 10-lane house. But that is a fantastic tournament. A lot of the locals from New Mexico make their way down there, and they put on a really good tournament. Anybody in the surrounding area who wants to go, it is a fun tournament. They put on a modified sports shot, and it gets tough. Not as tough as this, but it definitely gets tough.
Do you have a preference on level of difficulty? But I'm guessing as the type of player that you are, you don't really care.
I really don't. I don't care. Whatever they put out there is what they put out there. I mean, if I had to choose a preference, I would definitely choose the most difficult one because, like I said, I like a tournament where spares matter. I really don't like to go out there and have a strike-a-thon. You know, you open it up too much, anybody can really hit an area and strike. You know what I mean? I like it where spares matter. I like it where that 4-pin might have cost you, 5 or 6 spots. You know, a 10-pin might have cost you. I really like it where they got to grind to make the spares. That's always a fun tournament for me. Like this tournament, for example. A little sad I can't bowl in it, but the cut is usually always around even, which is a fantastic time. I mean, as long as you can grind out a few shots, get yourself back to even, right in that plus a couple area, and still have a chance for Sunday, that's always a good time. The tournaments that are tough is when you average 240 and you're still not quite there. Those are always tough tournaments to swallow. Oh, fantastic spare.
Nicely done.
Good washout spare there.
That was art.
I believe so.
So I gotta imagine now that you've gained a little bit of a different perspective. You could bowl.
Definitely. Watching definitely has a different aspect on it. Never been the guy. Bowling tournaments, traveling with a bunch of guys to regionals and stuff like that. Missing cuts. I'm never the guy to show up on Sunday and cheer on. It's hard. It's hard to take that swallow and be like, "Yay, you're doing great," when I know I should be out there. So maybe bad teammate on me, but it's always a hard pill to swallow when you know you're good enough to make the cut, you're not there, and you got to cheer somebody else on.
It's difficult. I mean, there's really no way around it. That's hard. Linda, thanks for asking.
I like Mac. Sign me up for ESPN.
I'm telling you. Well, again, when I asked the question, like, wait, I can tell when people have spent a little time in a media or broadcasting type setting.
Definitely.
And this is clearly not your first time. But you now have a seat here.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. I know next year when I return,
I will be here.
You will
Hopefully,
be bowling.
I will definitely be bowling next year, definitely. But while I am not, I will love to come by and talk to you for a while.
You got it. Good spare there for Keen. Looking for his first strike. Meanwhile, Dylan looking for a double.
See, and that's hard. It's hard too. There's so many players out here that throw the ball so well. Tyler down there with another 6-count spare. It's always a fun spare to shoot at. Good spare there. Oh, Dylan.
Well, that's about the 1800th 8-pin I've seen.
Yes.
I hate 8-pins.
Me and you both.
And I don't hate things. I hate.
I got an 879 in New Mexico, and that's the stupid pen I left.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my
good
gosh.
Lord. Good Lord.
Holy smokes.
This is I've just got some new content here on Boldstream TV.
Do you mind if I say thank you to my girlfriend Christine and her parents for watching?
Well, you've already said it.
When did I say it?
Just now.
Right now. Cool. As long as they heard it. They got that TV on loud. I get it. No, I'll get out. Thank you, though.
If you missed that, Kyle wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to his girlfriend Christine, who was in the chat. I remember her from last year too. She also was providing us some good commentary and some inside looks into Kyle's game, and she was dead on.
Oh.
She told him she went to the backup. He needed to get over or get back to plus after going 50 under.
My mother, Linda Kreider. Why are you not bowling? It's my mother.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. Got a shoulder injury, mother. Cannot bowl. Love you. Miss you. Guess I should have told you that before, huh?
Yeah, I think Mom.
Yeah, Mom deserves to know
wanted to
before
know
she
that.
just hears, huh?
That's like getting, hearing, reading Twitter that you got traded.
That's exactly right.
What's the link for this one?
What's the link?
I'll tell him.
Oh, it's a fantastic 3-9 spare there.
Thank you.
Oh, 3-9-10. It's always a fun one to shoot at, especially on a pattern like this to stay clean.
I love that Kyle asked. Well, I appreciate him asking. Could he take the opportunity to thank, say hello to his girlfriend and mom? And then, of course, he didn't realize that he was already saying it.
He was. Could hear everything he was saying.
Well, I got to clip this out. It's got to be some content. As much as I hate 8 pins,
Yes.
I think what I just witnessed from that was Matt first and Dylan first and then Matt, same pair. That's not fun.
Not at all. Back-to-back stone 8s. It's never on a shot like this. It's never fun to see that. It's hard enough to hit the pocket, and then when you hit the pocket, you still don't strike.
As much grief as I just gave Eric here about not telling his mom, I probably would have done the same thing inadvertently. Inadvertently.
Yes, was not intentional, Mother. Nice shot, Kyle.
That would have been a.
It's my brother.
Is your brother right?
Yes, my brother. He's yelling at me. Mom's yelling.
This is great. This is fantastic.
I didn't tell Mom I had a sugar. That's why she yelled at me. See, this is why you gotta tell Mom first.
I gotta be honest. This is one of those things I didn't know I needed, but I needed it to have this happen.
Definitely.
So, Miss Linda, thank you for. Here I am. I outed you
Yeah.
inadvertently.
Yeah. See, this is why you don't hide it. Just tell.
8 pin,
God,
9 pin.
Back to back. Just off the 8, leave a 9. Oof.
Got some love for Anthony Cando in the chat. He is bowling. And let's see, he started on 12, which means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Closest he's going to get to the live stream is on 3 and 4 in game 8.
After 3, he was minus 42. Not too sure what he shot in game 4.
We were having too much fun, Eric.
We were.
The spammers hit us.
Yeah, got us.
I'm telling you, they just listen. They just know. They like when it's too much of a good time.
That's it. Tone it down.
They just hit the button and boom.
Kyle trying to get a turkey. Fantastic shot there.
So this is game 5, right?
This is game 5.
All right, so we should have a game 4
update here soon, I hope.
And Jeff will provide us that. I appreciate Jeff. It's worked a lot of events both for Bowlstream TV, Bowl TV, and other stuff.
The thing about it is everybody's watching 5 through 8, and they're over halfway done with this. But there's a lot of lanes down there on the high side that are in the 2nd frame and 3rd frame of game 5. So
correct.
Just got finished with game 4. We'll have that update for you guys hopefully very soon.
And I got to give Jeff credit, as I did last year, because not every tournament director, and most will try as best as they can, certainly, to bring game-by-game standings. But sometimes it just doesn't happen that way. And I appreciate Jeff for his efforts to keep us informed.
God. Wow. Matt, 8 pin, 9 pin, 9 pin.
This has turned into a Matt Anderson.
Oh, look at this fella.
Look
right
at this.
on cue.
I'm telling you.
Look at this. Here comes Jeff.
It's like he listens too and knows as soon as we say it.
Definitely.
Would you like to do the honors?
Sure.
All right.
Game 4, Trey Ford, 198 in game 4, still 112 over as your leader. Matthew Anderson, 244, slides into the 2 spot, 98 over. Cortez with a nice 259. I believe he jumped up from, let me double check, yes, 10th all the way to 3rd, 96 over. Marshall, 77 over with a 179 that game. Morgan Moore, he'll be joining us hopefully soon. I believe the next game on the live pair. 188 that game, plus 70. Theo, 191, plus 68. Levi in 7th place in this squad, plus 67 with a 186 last game. Art shot 203, he's plus 66. Matt Jones, 204 last game, plus 61. Kyle with that nice 237, he jumped up to plus 60. He's in 10th place right now. Noah, 264, he had the front 8 last game. He's got the plus 50. He's in 11th this squad. Eric Haggerton slides in there. He got the plus. He's plus 7. Parker Johnson, 163, dropped a little bit. He's down to +5. And then Dylan. Dylan is even in 14th place after 4 games in this squad. A lot of good scores in Squad 5. 13 players plus right now. And it looks like there's a few more out there. Some good starts to some good games. Kyle is on 270 pace right now. Noah, he's bowling another good game. He's 240 pace. What pair did you say Trey Ford was on?
He's on 9 and 10.
9 and 10 this game. Oh, yeah.
Just struck.
He's got a double working. 5th and 6th. Struck in the 5th and 6th. Oh. A little bit away from him. Let's see. Dylan had a decent game last game, didn't he? Where'd he move up to?
He should be even.
Oh, he is even,
right?
yeah. He said
14.
45 got to even, that's right. What did he get? The back 7, I think, to get to even last game.
All right, let's go back and see. All right, 1 through 4. And the number again was +14 coming into this game to make the top 32. Right now, there are 11 players +50 or better.
Correct.
On this squad after 4 games. Which
Noah Gallegos +50. We got 5 or 6 players hovering around that even mark on this squad.
if it ended right now, the number would be +49, and I'd still win, Keith.
49 and a half.
But Keith is getting closer.
Yes. Hey, all right. Matt finally gets them all to fall. After an 8 and 2 9s, he carries. Nice shot.
All right, Eric is spending in the booth with me. Emil Williams Jr. here on Boldstream TV. This is Squad 5. It's the final squad of the tournament, final qualifying squad specifically. Because tomorrow morning we start the top 32 in the double elimination bracket match play.
That's
Dylan
where it's
Taylor.
anybody's ball game. All you gotta do is get there. All you gotta do is get there. Tomorrow's a whole new ball game.
Yeah, and that's it's like, this is, to me, obviously
Great shot, Noah.
much different. About as good as that shot though from Noah. Always talk about like the Masters and the Queens being two different tournaments.
Yes.
Similar to the U.S. Open a little bit as well. You just got to get to the top 24, and then it's a different ball game completely. And once the bracket starts, it's up for grabs.
Definitely. Definitely attest to that. Bowled the Masters a while ago. And same thing. I think I qualified 10th in the Masters. Went 2 and 2 in match play. It's always a different ball game once you get there. It's always a different ball game when you bowl the Masters. So hard to play the middle part of the lane.
Yeah, there haven't been many to try it, at least not early.
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely see why. So there's just so much over under right there in the middle part of the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely flat.
And see, it's like that. You cut one off and see you later. It's just so hard. Your touch has to be so good. Moore down there on 3 and 4 with a fantastic shot. Struggling a bit, but can finish out for a nice, I believe, 210.
That's Mason.
Oh, 230.
Zach is over on 1 and 2.
He's got a turkey.
257 max. He'll be in the 10th frame shortly. Means Zach is going to 5, 6, 7. He's going to finish.
3 and 4. Yep, should finish on 7 and 8. Oh. Eric Haggerton just snuck himself into the plus with a 220 last game. Struggling a little bit this game. Kyle on 8. Oh, flat 7.
Well, this clearly has been the move of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and obviously a smart player understanding, hey, listen, it's a pretty decent look on the left side.
Definitely.
And that we're not saying anything that's not true according to the standards.
Correct, yeah. Yeah. Proof is in the pudding on that one. Definitely made a good move.
Nicely done,
great
Eric.
spare, Eric. That'll save some.
I remember Eric from last year because he was colorful, just like today.
Always colorful. Eric is always colorful, no matter what he does, everything he does. That's just a normal day for Eric.
Noah can get to 246.
Yeah, punch out here in the 10 for 246. That'll slingshot him almost to 100 up. Oh. Yeah. Having you twirl a little bit, man. Twirl it just a little bit. Still got it through the heads a lot better than I thought he would, but twirled it just a little bit. Get that 10 pin.
Yeah, you saw that one from jump.
Yeah.
What was your first sign that that one could have been trouble?
That elbow got a little wide on that one. He came around that ball pretty well. Pretty soft with it at the bottom, which is why it still cleared the heads a lot better than what most do. But when you twirl it around the bottom there, just not going to get the finish you want, unfortunately. And that's when, I mean, terrible break there for a wrap 10. Definitely should have carried, but that's just how you know. Right off your hand, you're like, ooh, give me a break. Those are those little things that a lot of guys don't see. Is just give me that little bit of a break. A lot of guys would be like, oh man, I threw that so good. Well, you missed a little bit. Still going to get to 226. That'll definitely be a good one. Oh. Kyle a little fast on that bad boy. What was Kyle at? Plus 60. Yeah, last year bowling, Cortez went around me, snapped me off. He ended up shooting, I think it was like 770 or 780 in his last 3. To go from outside the number to in the number. Bowled fantastic the last 3 games in this same squad, squad 5.
Speaking of Cortez.
Cortez Shank got to 3rd so far right now, plus 96.
He finished 3rd last year in the tournament.
Oh. Oh, that was a good ball. Trey Ford over there on 9 and 10. Got a turkey punch out for 225. And the 10th here.
Got Keyshawn over there. He was listening when Steve was saying there was one spot left in the squad. And hopped in the chat and said, hey, is that spot still available?
Jumped in it, did he?
And so he jumped in.
All right.
Oh,
Wow.
goodness gracious.
Wow. Great try.
It's going to leave him at 198.
Not too damaging for Kyle. Still stays in there. It's him a plus 58. Just maintain that. This is the finishing holes, if you will, in the golf status here. These are the TV holes, if you will. These are what you want to grind out. Grind out those 2 O's, those 2 teens. Make a move.
It's a great point. We watched Dallas Leong do that in game 8. A very professional 2-0. Forgot the exact number, but he left about 4 or 5 10 pins. Can Matt Anderson get some carry?
Oh my God. That is a fantastic 180 game. 190 if he spares. Easily go to 230.
Trey Ford in the books with 222.
222. Nicely done.
Last year, Trey bowled pretty early. He actually bowled on Friday.
He was a Friday squatter. It's always tough to make it on the Friday squads.
Maybe the first squad, but I remember him bowling on Friday.
Wow. What's that put him at? 222, 134 over. With pretty good 5-game block so far.
With 3 to go. It's the love on the fill for Gakin. Fill shot coming up for Matt Anderson.
Made a ball change there. The fill shot. Kind of labored there. 5'8". 190. It's not a bad ball change. Probably square up a little bit right there if he likes that reaction.
All right, over to 9 and 10 and 11 and 12.
David Haynes down there on 13 and 14 with a double. He's on a 245 pace. How's Mr. Haynes bowling so far this squad?
Well, he was struggling a little bit earlier. He is currently,
Yes.
game 3 was not kind for him. Dante got a chance to get to 213. Currently 28th on the squad. Looks like we'll get a chance to see a little bit left of Morgan Moore. We'll see Trey Ford coming up here in a bit as well. And then as we move into game 6, well, I guess Eric's time is up.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. I really, really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you next year. I'll go find Mr. Farrell Williams for you.
Yeah, I gave him the nod. I'm gonna take a small break as well.
Yes, sir.
A little hydration, and we'll have Farrell in the building. And then Eric, if you could just do me one favor.
Yes, sir.
Please call your mother.
Absolutely. You are absolutely correct. As soon as I get off here, call my mom.
And I'm going to call mine too. So we're all squared
That's
away.
it. We're even now. Thank you very much for having me.
You're welcome. That is Eric Espinda. We'll be back next, folks. Game 6 on the way. Pharoah Williams will join us. Back in a moment here. You're watching the 18th Annual New Mexico Open here on Bullstream TV. Yeah, the seat is,
It's not kind, man. I don't know how you do it for so long.
24 games worth.
Yeah, you gotta get a cushion or a better chair.
So 8:15 for Dave.
Yeah.
I was gonna fuck with you so bad. I almost called mom, like, mom, stop. Stop. I don't think anybody knows the shoulders hurt. Hi, Rose. Top. I just wanted to go. I was gonna go fantastic, 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 fantastic. If you kept saying, and that is just fantastic. That is just so fantastic.
That's my go-to move, and I know what to say.
And I was just gonna go fantastic, fantastic, fantastic.
My
Just
go-to
keep
move,
popping.
and I don't know what to say.
But I was like, no. That's why I brought my earbud just to listen to why Tyler was on.
It was so funny though. Like, I could tell that this is the first time I've done this ever.
Yeah, I took a lot of lessons from Matt. Like, he's a writer, dumbass.
Well, he does the commentary stuff.
Yeah,
That's
he
where this
does.
cool part.
This is his own business.
Yeah. He doesn't bowling. He's doing okay.
Is he a good bowler?
Yeah.
Oh, really? What's his name? Emil. Emil something.
No idea.
I must say that in a year and a half. Look,
Kept trying to get Tyler unplugging their Tyler.
how are you, sir? Yeah? What happened? Yeah, right. I'm getting ready to leave. Yeah. Excuse me, ma'am. What's up, player? Besides y'all laughing at me throwing that 10 pins because I can't knock him down the first shot.
That was, man, Jim, man, he was like, wow, every single one.
Who said that?
Jim who was here.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he had seen it in person. And the very first time he shot a 10 pin, he was like, wow. And then, you know, the 5 other times after that, unfortunately, he would be mid-sentence. Wow. Like, you never seen this before?
Man. That's funny. Oh, man.
Ready?
Hey, I'm ready whenever, player.
Let's see.
All right, game 6 underway. And as promised, nice spare. Had a good note about him in 1 second. And then there's Steve to kind of tell me a note. But the great Pharaoh Williams joining myself, Emil Williams Jr. in the booth. Pharaoh.
I don't know about great, but I know, it's Pharaoh.
No, you're great. You're still great.
I was good at one point in my life, my career, but
Steve Mackey, of course, came over and asked me kind of get a thumbs up, thumbs down on do we think 48 is still going to be the number. And Harvey asked estimated earlier, and I'm like, it sounded great then. I don't know now. It's up in the air. It might be more than 48, which I would be a little shocked by that, not going to lie.
actually I'm thinking more around the 50s. Going into game 7, I mean, you can see the pattern is really broke down to the right, so a lot of people got more miss room. And you got a little bit of nice tug in the middle if you don't really yank on it. This is what you look for in later blocks when you kind of relax that arm swing a little bit more because you got a little bit more free room, free hook. But I'm thinking 50s. But sometimes the last 2 games cut can really change your mind and go the wrong direction. So
yeah, that is the strange thing about bowling.
Yes.
Right, where a cut is trending in a certain direction, and it looks like it's going to be this, and then all of a sudden, the last 2 games, the last game, 5 pins.
Yes.
Over the course of 2 to 3 games, 10 pins. Random things happen all the time.
Correct. You know what? It's my first year bowling this event.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I've always wanted to bowl it, but usually it was other tournaments where I made more money at. So I just, declined to come. But I like tough tournaments. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, I'm not the same Pharaoh as I was over a decade ago. But,
what does that mean exactly?
What does that mean? Well, I'm a realist.
Okay.
I'm very much a realist. I know that my game is not the game it once was. And that's because, life comes, you change, you don't get to be in the lab as much as you used to. And your mind is always at that level, but your body is like no player.
Yep.
And that's where I'm at. I mean, I'm trending back to where I was, but I went through a lot to get back to where I'm at now, and I'm still not happy where I'm at. So still got more to do, but I believe by the first of the year, I'll be back close to who I am because I figured out a lot of things in this last year about my game that you never really notice until you really start focusing in on the bad things.
Would you mind sharing some?
Timing issues.
Okay.
I tried to manipulate ball motion too much for a couple years, and it put me into some bad habits. Then I go practice and work on it, and it'll feel good. And then when I get the bowl, when the lights come on, I bowl an event, and everything falls back off because something's still not right. So lately, I've been trying to relax more about my swing, let my swing clear my body better, keep it more straight forward, front to back, like it used to be. And like I said, it's starting to come in line now.
How do you think you threw it to this point? I guess today, I should say.
Today I threw it well. The third game I had a bad transition. I should have switched balls a little bit quicker. But games 5 through 8, I really threw it good. I had some bad count split that really hurt me count-wise. But, I beat the pocket the last 4 games. And I look at it, the count hurt a lot on those splits. The first, 6 count, 6 count, 7 count. But a lot of those times I was beating the pocket up and, wrapped in. I probably had about 6 stone 9s. So, but that's part of the game, you throw them good, but it doesn't mean you're going to strike. It just gives you a good percentage.
in the booth with Emil Williams breaking down his game right now and also his thoughts how he bowled. At this point now in this squad, right? If you're bowling squad 5 right now, what's the thought process for those who are, like Trey Ford, right? He's going to be plus 124, I think is what his number will be, but he's good and still bowling well. What's the mindset for someone like Trey Ford? What's the mindset for someone who is now around plus 40? Right, and around the number, and then maybe someone who's even with 3 to go and still with a chance?
I mean, the way I look at things, you can't dictate the future. Get up there and throw one shot at a time. A lot of times when you have these league bowlers or lower tier amateur bowlers, they think like league. They throw 2 or 3 in a row, and now they're thinking about the ending result. You have to think about the frame is in front of you. Throw good shots. You might not strike, but throw the shot first. And then go to the next frame. Throw that shot. Don't think ahead. Because that's what a lot of these guys get in trouble. They start saying, well, okay, I need a big game. How about just throw the shot? Throw the shot. If you don't throw the shot, you can't even get close to a game.
Great point.
So that's how I look at everything. Throw the shot first. If you don't strike, you don't strike. But at least you pound the hole. But to be honest with you, this squad broke them down almost as good as our squad, maybe even a little better.
Okay.
But, like I'm going to use myself as an example. My right foot didn't get left of 20, and I literally stayed closer to the bump because I didn't want to give away the pocket. We know how funky the middles are this year in this pattern. And the way I was always raised is keep the pocket. So that's why I kept trying to finagle and switch balls and kind of stay a little straighter, because everybody that got left of me they caught their shim at 10, it wiggled, they got it out too late, it came behind the headpin and you miss in, and you already knew it was going to happen right there. So I just tried to stay more direct as possible. And it worked. I mean, like I said, I didn't carry as good, but I stayed in the hunt. Like I said, I had really, the 170 was a bad transition. Then the 185 was literally one split. That cost me. Otherwise, I'd have shot 190-2-0. Now, there's a couple of 10 frames there. I blew a 9-pin on the first ball in the 10th to go 2-0. So it's like you pound it, but you got to just take what they give you, And plus, it's 3.10 ounce pins. So you got to get the ball to go through the pins right, or you got to get the good mix. It's not just going to, touch the 10 pin and fall over like the 3/4s.
Yeah, not this week.
No. But this is what bowling to me should be. Like I said, the pros are the pros. I know they're good. Yeah, I'm not taking nothing away from them. But if it's no different when I say with USBC. You want to bring the scores down? Use heavier pins. You use 3/4, you can tip them over. But if you use 310 or whatever the highest ounce it could go up to, let's say 313, okay, 314. You use heavier pins, you're going to bring scores down. The pros are always going to be good. They're going to strike more. Don't get me wrong. But you even bring their scores down. I don't care who you are. You can't change physics. You know what I'm saying? Entry angle is going to mean more than just your rev rate. We saw that with the gold pins.
Ooh, I remember those.
We saw that with the gold pins. I don't care how. We saw the rev rate, all the rev rate. I remember Robert Smith.
I knew nothing about what I know about bowling now when I was watching the gold pins, just from that, because you're a fan still.
Yes.
But thinking back on that time.
I bowled on gold pins, and I've literally averaged, I think my biggest average was 219. Because get to the pocket is not a problem. It's entry angle. And I'll be honest with you, the pros are good. They can hit a penny at 40 feet, but if that entry angle is slightly off, that's a plaque 7 or plaque 10.
Yep.
Okay? I mean, so don't tell me that numbers don't lie. I'm an engineer. Numbers don't lie.
Credentials drop right
Come
there.
on, I'm just saying, if a normal pin is 3.4, let's say 3.4, right? I think a normal pin is 3.4 league pin, 3.4 to 3.6. You add 4 ounces, that's 4 pounds in a rack.
These are definite 3.9.
3.9. Okay, so 3.9.
According to Steve.
Okay, so you add 3 pounds to the rack. Let's say a traditional pin is 3.6, 3.6. You add 3 pounds to the rack. That's why you're seeing the weird mixes. You're seeing the rep 10s. You're seeing the blow 7s. That entry angle means a big difference.
Seeing some folks talk about some pins. Reggie bowls on some gold pin tournaments every month. Shout out to Earl Anthony's Dublin Bowl. A lot of love from Pharaoh in the chat. Appreciate it. Diana, Keith. Is that my guy George Wooten right there? Is that G
Wooten, my man.
I only know one Wooten in the
in
bowling industry.
That's my guy. Diana, let's go. Hey, everybody. I'm just trying to, make sure that if people stay tuned in. But, yeah, I mean, Magpin, I've always heard great things about the Magpin event, but I just never bowled it. But I'm going to try to bowl it one time in my life. I know they're brutal. But, I love bowling. Bowling's my first love, and I'm very competitive, but also we live in a world where money is the root of all evil. So I'm going to pick tournaments where I can make money.
Well, you got to be smart.
That's absolutely. I mean, we are in a recession.
Oh, hey, Regina. Appreciate you tuning in.
Hey, Regina.
As always, following me across the platforms. I really do love y'all for that. Someone asked, Keith, obviously asked how you doing. How's Cassandra? How's the baby? I think we all want to know.
Oh, man.
How's the family doing?
Everybody's good. The queen is great. She's awesome. She's the perfect person. My son, Jesus Christ, this little boy. I mean, so he's long. I think he was 30 inches last week when we went to the doctor. He's in the 95 percentile in height. And I'm just looking like,
well,
Jesus Christ.
Not sure if you noticed, but his parents.
Yeah, you ain't lying.
Relatively tall.
You ain't lying. Boy, but he is awesome, man. Like, I call him my little big daddy. He's hilarious. But he resembles a younger Pharaoh. He has no patience. He knows what he wants, and if he don't get it, he will let you know. It took me. A lot of people don't understand. Like, I'm a very nice person, but I am very easygoing. But it took a lot of years to learn patience. I'm an Aquarius. I have no patience. My attention span is very short, so if you don't keep me involved, I will get bored with you. He's the same way already.
That's fantastic. Is he in Aquarius?
Yes, he is. He's 7 days after me. So,
how about that?
Yeah, I know, right?
This was meant to be.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know what the hell we going to be into. One thing is, though, I will not let him be a bowler. I will put him in other sports. I don't want him to be a bowler.
So I didn't quite say that, but in my mind, I've said, definitely not gonna be forcing it, but by nature, they're going to see it, be introduced to it. But my son enjoys, well, at least at the moment, he tends to like hitting baseballs off the tee a lot.
Okay.
Which, I'd love for him to pursue baseball because
Absolutely.
Baseball players make a lot of money.
Yes.
I'm okay with being drafted out of high school.
Bro. Say it again.
I'm okay with being drafted out of high school. Signing bonus looks great.
Mm-hmm.
But I know he's going to be around bowling, obviously, because just like you, his parents bowl.
Absolutely. Well, my daughter grew up in bowling, Karma, and mind you, she's 6 feet tall, but her mother's only 5'3". Karma grew up in bowling her entire life, and she doesn't really bowl. She is an avid volleyball player. She has a lot of colleges looking at her right now. I'm very proud of her. But boy, she has an attitude when it comes to bowling. Like, if y'all think I throw it hard, well, you should see this girl. But she has no rest. Like, she's just, it's like shotgun. But no, yes, he will be. I know he's going to want to bowl, but I was an avid sport player. I played golf, football, basketball, and baseball growing up. I'm going to try to put some golf clubs in his hand. And
me too.
Or let him, football, basketball, baseball, anything like that. Because don't get me wrong, I love my sport. Once again, I love my sport, but there's a different future I want from him. You know, my mom and dad always told me that, you know, baby, you came at the wrong time in bowling. I was 10 years too late in bowling. So I caught the tail end of a lot of the competitive events and leagues and stuff to bowl. And I was blessed to come up and still have that 2000 to 2014 span of really, really good events and make good money as an amateur. I mean, I was blessed. But, you know, now there's not really a lot of big lucrative events for the generation that's coming out, and I feel bad for them because while I respect the tour, you know, there's still not enough money on the tour to take care of the players. Don't get me wrong, the money's better. I'm not bashing the tour. The money's getting better. I love the direction they're going. But most of the players on tour still got to live at home with their parents. Or they got to rent out a dorm room, you know, because you're not really making no money if you're just cashing, you know. And I feel as though we need to take care of our Hall of Famers from the tour a lot better. You know, we don't have nothing for them when bowling's over. That hurts me to my soul. That we don't have some kind of retirement plan or that they can feed into, because Bolero and PBA is a big organization. We can do something, even though they're independent contractors, but we should be able to set them up to where at 65, 70, they can retire somehow, not be out here, you know, running a pro shop or being a rep. You know, they've earned their time. We got to do more for our Hall of Famers, our seniors. We got to do more for them. But we also got to do more for the young kids coming out, because people can't bowl the tour 4 months, maybe 5 out of the year and survive. You know, it's I don't know. I just look at things different. I don't always look at first place, because everybody can't win first place.
Right.
But if we can take care of bowlers to where they can stay out there, it gets more lucrative. Then now more people want to come out and buy a card, because you don't have to be number one to survive. You know, look how many are tour players. I'm Devaney, one of the guys I respect so much. I remember seeing how bad he struggled. I mean, the man was great. The man threw the ball good. He probably hit the hole better than anybody else. But I know what happened.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hold on. Let me see this first. Make sure. Okay, I'm just making sure. I ain't nowhere close. And I'm sorry I'm running on. I have passion about our sport, man, and I just want to see better things. Like you can put $200,000 on top of a tournament, but the last cashing spot is just double your money. I'm sorry. That's I know it's the best you can do right now, but we got to find better, because everything's gone up. You know, gas has gone up, food has gone up, mortgage, everything's gone up, but our prize funds are still the same. We got to do better, and I'm saying that with the utmost respect to the game, to the PBA, to the Bolero, to everything. We got to do better. You know, we got to have something for these people to not say live off on, but keep them out there bowling.
It's hard to chase the dream when you can't really, in the words you survive, right? If you know that and that adds a lot of pressure too, right? Because there's only a limited amount of funds.
Yes.
And so you have to, and everyone's goal, obviously, you want to cash every week, obviously win. But if there's a limited amount, you only get so many chances, and then boom.
Well, my thing about bowling is this. Bowling is like a nucleus, but it's feeding on itself. And eventually, when you feed on yourself, you collapse. We need more outside money. just like any other sport. We need more outside money. And I know we're trending right now, and that's why I say I'm really happy where we're going.
It is trending in the right direction.
And I would love to see it before the day my eyes don't open again, that these pro bowlers are making close to $1 million a year. And I mean, not having to win every major. I'm talking about, win a major and maybe a couple of regular stops, to where these guys are really making some good money. So, I hope before the day I pass, I see that. And that would make me a very happy person, because I don't want my sport to collapse.
Well, you could see Trey Ford in that position, because right now he's got the back 7.
Trey Ford, man, that young man is unbelievable. I love the heart he has, determination. I mean, he's young. I mean, I was the same way,
It's funny because he's still young, but he's been at it for a long time.
Well, a lot of the younger kids turn adult early. For us in the juniors, we went to college. We didn't turn early because we all wanted to go to college. And like I said, I grew up in that era where scholarships money was coming in, and my era started before your era.
Right.
So I remember making all that good scholarship money to be able to pay for school. You didn't want to turn adult. I remember I did turn adult at 20. I did turn adult at 20 only because I had accomplished enough in juniors, and one more year was going to hold me back from getting better. And I turned. And that was the best decision I ever made. I was teary-eyed when I turned, because that's what you knew. You know what I'm saying? And I knew it was time for me to step my game to another level. So shout out to junior bowling. I will always love junior bowling. I will always support junior bowling, because I'm the prime example of a junior bowling program. Hell, I grew up with Missy Parker. I grew up with Josh Blanchard. I grew up with Scott Norton. I grew up with Andrew Kane. God, so many names. Yeah, so many people that I grew up with in that era. And I bowled every week.
What city are you from?
Los Angeles, Gardena. Dina.
Knew it started with a G.
Yes, sir. I bowled those guys every week. That's the reason why I can say it. Yeah, I didn't win no tour title, but I didn't go on tour.
Right.
Because I was making good money in amateurs. But you bowl with those guys every week, and not having the parents who bowled the tour, who had that knowledge, not having the top of the line equipment, learning how to use what you have and learn how to execute with what you have. I learned from the local greats, the local pop bowlers. They taught me how to throw the ball when you needed it.
Oh man, Pharrell Williams dropping a little knowledge.
Oh, absolutely.
Passion is on display. I like this.
This is the part of me that a lot of people don't see, because sometimes passion gets taken as cockiness. And I'm a very humble person. I believe that I was blessed with a talent, and I would never take my talent for granted. So I try to stay humble and help people, because someone helped me to get to where I'm at. And I've seen the world because of bowling, and I will help somebody else see it as well. But there's some things in my life that I'm still unhappy with. I feel like there's a lot of doors in my life that didn't get opened in bowling, because there's sometimes I felt that I didn't get that break, I didn't get that special contract, or I didn't get that special endorsement. And sometimes it hurts, but I'm human, But I have to realize that I accomplished a lot. People always say, well, Pharrell, what have you really done? Well, there's a lot of people that know what I've done, but the thing is, I don't need to brag about what I've done. Yeah, I have over 200, 300, and 800s. But do I brag about that? No. You know why? Because why brag? People say, oh, don't you get tired of shooting it? Actually, it's exciting every time I shoot it. I still get chills every time I shoot 200, 300. 300, 800.
I feel that there aren't a lot of people who say that too.
I remember the time I made Team USA, I was so proud to make Team USA, because I earned it. I didn't get chosen. I earned it. I finished second. Actually, I almost won. I literally almost won. I was in a title match, and I literally whiffed a 4-pin. Like, what the heck? But it taught me a lot, but I was still proud to make that team. So it's you know, love that I won the Boulder Journal. Love that I won the Hoinky. You know, it's a lot of tournaments I won that people don't know about. Big, lucrative, $8,000-$10,000 events, but nobody remembers that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't need to walk around, you know, talking about it. You know?
Well, some people don't remember.
Yeah, but you know.
But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because people are quick to slight.
True. And that's why I just stay humble.
This is Farrell Williams joining me, folks, and his homie Zach Wilkins now on 5 and 6. You guys traveled together, right?
We did the last month or so. We did the 2 super regionals, and then we came here. Zach is awesome, man. I'll tell you what, that's like my little brother, man. Cool guy, cool Canadian. Just make him say about a boot. And I give him mess all the time.
How did you guys meet? Like, how did this relationship start?
This is the story. We was bowling the Nesbitt's Open.
Is it safe for the air?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We always keep PG-13. So we was bowling the Nesbitt's Open. And I think I was second or led it that year in qualifying, right? First match, I bowled against Zach. And everybody was telling me, you know who you bowling? Like, I'm not paying attention. This is what he tells me. So Zach beats me. I think he beats me like 30. So he wins. He goes on. But in qualifying, he shot 300. I think I shot. He shot 300. I think on the impair. I think I came behind him and shot 289 or 290. And we just became friends from that point forward. And we traveled to Thailand together. Bowled the Thailand Open one year. Like I said, we have a close friendship. He's like a little immature little brother sometimes, but it's funny. You got to be there. It's funny. But he's a good guy though. Like really, over and all, like he's a good guy. Seriously. But yeah, no, I mean, I like this tournament already. You know, first year, like I said, I like competitive events. I don't care how hard they are. I still like them because it's all about who's throwing it good.
And indeed, we watched Trey add 247 to his total, and he was the leader after 5 games. Marshall Kent had moved up to plus 126.
Oh, yeah.
He was second again after 5 games. Cortez Shanks third at plus 102. Theo Duthit fourth at plus 96. Matt Anderson fifth at plus 88. Noah Gallego sixth at plus 75. Morgan Moore seventh at plus 66. Kyle Duster eighth at plus 58. And Kyle, I think, can get to 195, I believe. Matt Jones ninth at plus 50. Art Uzunian 10th at plus 44. Levi Fintel 11th at plus 33. Right now, Nolan McCleary is 12th at plus 5. So, 11. There's 11 players right now at 44 or better.
But that's why I said the difference is this squad, I think the guys broke them down just a little tad bit better than ours. Because this squad don't actually have a lot of rev rate compared to ours. But, you know, if you actually sit here and watch them for 3 or 4 squads, you kind of know what you got to do when you see the squads that blow up, you know? Kind of like a blueprint.
I got a question about that, actually, in 1 second. Let me scroll up here.
Okay.
We had a couple of additional folks ask. First, Greg Thompson, you asked about Matt Jones and Dylan Taylor. Well, Matt was plus 50 after 5 games, and the defending champ, Dylan Taylor, struggling to really get something going. He shot 245 in game 4, and he shot 169. He's back to minus 31. Still games left, and there's still an opportunity, but he's got a little bit of work to do. Then, shout out to Patrick Martinez, too, by the way.
Patrick.
Great YouTube channel. Jason in the back actually watching. A compliment there. Enjoying what you've been talking about. I think the majority of the folks, and some maybe on the misunderstood page, Farrah was speaking from a positive note, with the understanding of here are the things that we would like to see to help increase and help grow the sport financially and certainly professionally, to allow more players to pursue the professional dream and stay out there longer and have something for the future generations, the Trey Fords of the world. Actually, even younger now than Trey Ford at this point. The junior gold U15, U18 champions of the world, the U12 champions of the world.
Can I speak on that for a second?
Sure.
And that's the problem with the world we live in today. You can't give constructive criticism. Like I said, it's not a bash. Like, I'm not sitting here bashing nothing because I'm actually proud of where it's going.
Right.
I'm saying I think it's some things we need to tweak, because if people can't afford to be out there, you don't have nothing. You know, you can throw all the guaranteed money up top all you want to, but if the bottom, and I hate to say it, if the bottom feeders can't stay, eventually it's going to keep eating its way up. Because without the members, you don't have a program. Without donators, you don't have a prize fund. You know, I hate to say it that way, but that's just the way the world works. Everything revolves around money. I'm not saying pull the money out from anywhere else. I'm saying we have to figure out a way to where the people that are there cashing can stay out there longer, because you're going to start seeing the bottom, 10%, 20%, you're going to see the names start rotating because they say, you know what, I don't have the money to spend $1,200 a week. I cash, I get $1,000 back, or I get $1,250 back. You know, I get it. You're breaking even, so you should be able to stay out there. But that phone bill still costs money. That insurance bill still costs money. You probably got rent. You know,
or mortgage.
Or mortgage. So if I'm not saying we need
or a young 6-month-old in the 95th percentile in height.
There you go. I mean, like I said, once again, God has blessed me to where all the money I've made, I've done something with it where I can still do things. I didn't blow it, but I had good parents. So they taught me the value of $1. But I always look out for the average Joe, because the average Joe is what keeps the engine moving. You're going to have your Belmos. You're going to have your Ratchets. You're going to have the top tier. But if you don't take care of that bottom section, there's no foundation.
Well said. Bowling World, Pat, yeah, come on out. This should be on your list. This should be on everyone's list. I was talking to Steve about that. He was joking when he said it, but actually he wasn't joking, but he said it in a funny manner. He said every year he always gets people tell him that they didn't know or they hadn't heard about the tournament. He was like, and he stopped himself. He was like, how in the world can that happen, right? And he was like, and Steve is so old school. And so he was like, people still aren't picking up Bowler's Journal, magazine and everything. But yes, to your point, this should be on your tournament list. There are a few events now on this weekend, but just this 11thframe.com open. Shout out to Jeff Riggles doing his thing in Iowa.
Bud Light Challenge.
The Bud Light Challenge is going on in Rochester, and I'm sure there's some other items or tournaments that we don't know about. But
heck, the kickoff was this weekend in Dallas. So look at some of the big players that didn't come here because of all the bracket and side action there. That's a little easier.
And then the Chesapeake Regional is going
yes,
down.
Yes,
right? PBA Regional as well. So it's a pretty big weekend. But if you can make it, and obviously it's in the Southwest, so it's close in that regard. You know, I'm talking about folks from Texas. I'd like to see a couple individuals from the Chicago area make a trip out too. A shot there by Zach in the 5th.
Man Wilkins, come on, man.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Raymond, before I forget, I should tell you hello. I'm sorry.
Raymond, this shot. Raymond, what's up, Raymond? Miss you, Brand. When I come home, I got to see you. I'm trying to come home this year and visit.
You were talking about squads breaking the lanes down. And it was something that I thought would be on display, especially with Squad 3 because of the caliber of players and how many were in the squad this morning. And by default, I thought that they would kind of play the lane similarly. So when you talk about that, like, how does a squad theoretically break the lanes down? It's not like you're going to every person in the squad and saying, hey, let's all play them this way. But like on tour, that's kind of what happens because everyone has a similar mindset. So how does that happen? How does the squad kind of come together organically, if you will, to break the lanes down properly?
Be honest with you, it depends on the games. The difference between the generations now and the older generations is whatever the pattern was, people played the pattern. Nowadays, with bowling balls, I'm going to say it honestly, with bowling balls and good touch, you can manipulate and you can tear a pattern up. Well, the problem you run into is people not playing the pattern no more. People not playing the pattern no more. That's why the pattern gets so nasty towards the later games. To me, it's just more of now you got so many different players trying to hook the lane or throwing urethane at the wrong time. Now you're not just fighting the pattern, you're fighting obstacles. And like I said, the pros are good. They can hit a target at 40, 45 feet the same way, and they can. You see it, it's kind of like Mr. Miller said, everybody's in it at 6 arrow in game 4. To be honest with you, I mean, you could have stayed right a little bit longer. But, but at the end of the day, it's all about scoring. It doesn't matter how you score. It's about scoring. But, if you look at these long format games like, 7, 8, 10-game tournaments, they get really nasty towards the last 3 games because the middles are chopped up because everybody jumped in game 2. And like I said, but that's just bowling. You're not bowling to protect the next person. You're bowling to knock all the pins down. So if it works, it works. But that's the difference that I see nowadays is I remember patterns like I said, if a pattern was a pattern, whatever the pattern was, you played the pattern. And shoot, by the time in the second game come, it was a house shot. It was a house shot for the rest of the tournament down there. But, like I said, it's different now. I don't know. It's just I see the difference. I mean, like I said, I'm not complaining about it. It's just I just came from a different era.
Is it part of the evolution of the game a little bit, and or maybe in some cases lack of experience, knowledge?
I don't think it's that. I mean, let's be honest. A lot of the younger generation watch the pros, and everybody, well, not everybody, majority strap on it, and they're 5th, 6th, 7th arrow. So the kids that's coming out as two-handers or whatever, I mean, watch them. They are clean at the bottom, but they're strapping on it. They're using leverage. They're learning early what we didn't learn into our later lives, which is good. But watch the scores. The scores come out high, then they go a little high, and they just dip. Because you know why? They already done shoot the middle of the lane up, and they got fresh 8 to the gutter. And I know that someone be like, yeah, you know, they're just choppy now. Well, they're choppy because all y'all tore it up. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You know, y'all absorbed every all out there in the middle of the lane, so now you got the trough in the middle of the lane. Now you got to try to climb uphill. So, you know, things like that. But, I mean, it's evolution. You know what I'm saying? I remember being that 19, 20-year-old coming out, and the older guys said the same, oh, y'all just want to hook the lane, da-da-da-da-da. Mind you, I wasn't hooking the lane. I was playing straighter than anything. But it's a cycle. And when these younger kids get older and the new kids coming out, it's going to be a cycle. It's always going to be, y'all just trying to do too much. They're like, no. They're playing the game what's easier for them to see. Because when we was younger, we saw it different.
Well, I tell you what. I don't know how Trey Ford is singing him right now.
Oh, Trey Ford's in his zone.
Front 7 alert.
Yes.
For Trey Ford. Again, he just shot 247. This is not quite Buttriff-esque, but we're kind of getting closer to it a little bit. The way he is trending here in the back half of this game, or this block, excuse me.
The good thing about this tournament is you just want to qualify.
Yep.
Because tomorrow's a whole different game.
I was just talking to Eric about that.
You could be first or you could be last. As long as you make the cut, it's a whole new tournament tomorrow. So don't get me wrong, I want to bowl the best too. I want to be higher up so I can get a lower seed. But how many times have we seen the lower seeds knock out the higher seeds?
Yeah,
it's bowling. So like I said, kudos if he gets first place. I'm not mad at him.
Well, we've had 4 front 8s, including Noah Gallegos.
Yes.
Just a couple of games ago. It was actually on 7 and 8. How about another? Yes, indeed.
Told you that young man is good. That young man is real good. A lot of respect for him.
Could we see someone get to the 9th frame unblemished? It has not happened yet.
Nope, I have front 7.
Well, there you go.
I have front 7. Ooh. 4-pin, strike 4-pin.
A good look at Mason Moore. His brother Morgan is also competing.
They're from Colorado, aren't they?
They are.
I think I met them years ago with Sean.
They work with Sean?
Yes. I remember that. Yep.
Shout out to Sean, too. I see you, Sean.
Do work. Back, Sean. Do work. Sean Lee. My man, Sean Lee.
Past champion.
Yes.
At this event.
Yes.
Chris Clerk and Andrew Kane have won this event as well.
Yes.
They bowled in squad 3 this morning. Andrew Kane lit him up. Chris Clerk made a nice run to get himself in position, but he got to plus 14, and that looks like it may not certainly be enough. David Haynes also bowling this squad, past champion. Nathan Bohr bowled last squad, he's past champion. Of course, Jacob Buttriff, a past champion, he bowled this morning also. And Dylan Taylor, the defending champion, is bowling this squad. And Noah, speaking of, still got himself a good look down on 1 and 2. So we're on 300 watch.
Here comes Dylan.
Dylan Taylor?
Dylan got 66 in the 4th, but he got the next 3.
And that minus 31, again, still an opportunity.
Still an opportunity.
That's to me the best thing about an 8-game block or any long format typically is it's like when you think you might be out of it, you should never think that way. But
never.
But someone like Dylan who got back to even with 4 to go, it's like, okay, it's almost like a fresh start, little reset. Still got 4 games to make something happen. And even now, 2 games still. About a game and a half, I guess, technically at this point. Zach Wilkins, they get to 206. Where is Zach in the most updated standings? 15th at the moment.
Yeah, but I think he had a bad game 6.
Okay, now that's 15 after 5.
Yeah, I think he had a bad game 6. Here it is.
I'm telling you, every time I talk about. Thanks,
Right.
Jeff Hemer.
Told you,
right.
I'm out right now.
So, wait, where'd you finish?
43.
Oh, jeez. Good Lord.
There was about 9 10-pins in that.
Yes, there were. Yes, yes, there was.
Every time I left one, I threw it harder at it.
Which made Jim Tillery smile. All right, so Trey Ford, after 6 games, your leader still at plus 181. We'll watch Trey here in a second as he continues to look for perfection. Marshall Kent is still second on the squad at plus 159. Theo Duth at third now at plus 110. Cortez Shank is fourth at plus 100. We got 4 players who are 100 plus, or plus 100 or better, I should say. Noah Gallegos is fifth at plus 98. Matt Anderson is sixth at plus 95. Morgan Moore is seventh at plus 73. We'll pause for the 9th frame of Trey Ford. The third. Hit. Bang.
Flush. Split the 8-9.
I'm feeling pretty good about our chances that Trey Ford will provide some highlights for us here on Bullstream TV. Continuing on in the standings, Matt Jones 8th at plus 70, Kyle Duster 9th at plus 51. Then there's a 40-pin gap between Kyle in 9th and Parker Johnson in 10th. Parker at plus 11, who started very well in this tournament. And then you get into the negative numbers with Art Ozunian in 11th at minus 9. Levi Fintel, who also started very well, now at minus 16. Dylan Taylor, the defending champ, now at minus 58. And Dylan, so now starting to run out of frames at this point. So let's see, there are 9 players at 51 or better. And according to Jeff Hemer, top 32 at this moment, 32nd is plus 46 at this moment with 2 games left. And it's going to be somehow, some way, the pace got a little juggled, if you will. So we've got pairs who are in frame 4, and obviously 5 and 6 are about to be done. Of course, Trey is striking, so that that tends to speed up the pace a little bit.
Yeah. I see a couple of pairs on the high end are only in the 4th frame, so it's going to slow things down for game 8.
Well, I mean, it's certainly possible. Let's see how many players were around you. There were a lot of players near you, near that 43, 46, 48. Dallas Leong, that's right, you and Dallas tied at 43.
Yep.
And then there was a tie at 48. Maria right now hanging tough at 49. Along with Robert Marion and Eileen Linares, and Stefan Wood right now is the number, again at plus 46. Here is Trey Ford III. Front 9, 5 and 6 here at the New Mexico Open. No hook. Ooh, make it 10.
Now, do they get anything special if they shoot 300?
I don't know if there is a bonus.
Okay.
But
I know there's a bonus in the championship match.
Correct. The Kia Rio 2022 edition, courtesy of Petrie, New Mexico.
Yeah.
I know we were talking about that with Steve. There haven't been many 300 games just across the tournament, and you wouldn't anticipate it based on what Mike Miller puts out historically at this event.
I mean, you have to look at it this way. No matter how tough you make them, traffic is going to change what's going to happen. Like I said, the ball's absorbing a lot of oil, a lot of really breaking down the pattern with surface. Eventually, you're going to get a spot.
411. Didn't like it.
Yow.
Roll it, maybe. Nice run. Closest we've gotten. Spare will give him 289. And he just continues on. Nearly a 2A10 make there for Mason.
Yeah, I mean, with all the traffic nowadays, when you're bowling a qualifying squad with 4 or 6 on a pair, they're going to break down. I don't care how tough they are, how much units you put out. They're going to break down. But like I said, like these guys are throwing it well. You know, they're throwing it good. You don't take that back, take that away from them. You know.
So we just watched Trey, obviously, and you've been talking about him. What about his game, in your opinion, kind of allows him and makes him the type of player that he already is, and then obviously still growing to be?
Trey, he's a two-hander, but he's a two-hander that actually rolls it well. So, you know, he has that touch. If you pay attention to his roll is a little more end over end. So, but he, like I said, it's a touch. He knows how to get left, roll it. He can rotate his hands just a little bit, but he has the vision. He has the experience. You know, he also, you know, he's a son of a bowling center. So, you know, there's things you learn when you can practice all day. You know what I'm saying? And that's nothing to put him down. That's an advantage when you own a bowling center. But the kid is good. He's put his time in. And also, he has that passion. He has that drive.
That's important.
That's very important in this game. I would like to see his mental game a little bit better. I mean, but he's also young. You know what I'm saying? So, but I've seen times where his mental get the best of him. But like I said, I was once there too. So, you know, but I can say it because I've been there.
You see how old Trey is again, because he made some headlines very early in his career. Youngest PBA champion, I think, regionally.
Yes, regionally. I think he won the non-champs, I think. The kid can bowl. Let's not take it from a kid can bowl. And he's only going up. His game is only getting better.
Yeah, that was in 2018 at 17 years old.
Yep.
What were you doing at 17?
17. I was still in juniors in high school. Well, it depends on what part of 17. Yeah, because neither one of us bowling tomorrow.
Yeah, I suck.
I don't care. We'll find somewhere. I can always go for Texas Roadhouse.
That was a nice exchange between Pharaoh and Zach.
But we're going to drown out sorrows and some biscuits. Some honey rolls.
My man's got a pitcher of water.
Yep.
With Texas Roadhouse on his mind. That does sound fantastic, actually.
Well, you know you always invited, brother.
Well, you know my motto.
I'd rather sleep.
It used to didn't be that way.
Brother, hey, look.
Until I started doing this.
Hey, brother. We getting older, player. We ain't staying out all night burning that.
Oh man.
Lord.
Yeah, they got us.
It's always, oh, God, this stuff.
It just keeps happening.
Yeah, I know. You can't. Yeah. Man.
Listen to Cleary.
What's going on here?
Shout out to you. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you first and foremost. And thank everyone for tuning in. We're getting closer to knowing this number. It is plus 46 after 6 games of this squad. Again, the number plus 46 after 6 games of this squad.
Whoa. You got to give a shout out to Alyssa again. She actually know who I am. I thought she didn't even know who the heck I was. Hey, Alyssa. She knows my name. I feel special now. I feel special.
Hey, John, appreciate you tuning in. Let me get you a link to, let's go drop the Junior Bowlers Tour link. That is where the standings can be found online, as well as the Tenpins More Facebook page. The Tenpins More Facebook page right now would give you the overall standings from the first 4 squads. On the JBT site, they are only updating game by game for this squad, so they're not combined. But Jeff is providing us, he just gave us the number after 6 games tonight, again, which is plus 46 with 2 games to go. Will it get down to 43?
Mike Yarbrough, Trey Ford just shot 289. There you go. You know what? Seriously, though, shout out to Mr. Mackey, Mr. Miller. First time being here. Wonderful tournament. Wonderful tournament. I will be back. I love this atmosphere. I love how they love the bowlers. You know, at the end of the day, it's a business. They're trying to make. The plan is to make money. Okay, you got to make money first. If a bowling center don't make money, it can't keep the doors open. So shout out to, Tenpins and More for doing an awesome job here. Bowlers need to understand that just because you bowl a league or you bowl a tournament at a certain house, you're not the most important person. You have to realize that you pay a lower fee to bowl there. Open play, the bar and the snack food is where a bowling center makes their money. So respect the employees. Go in there and be a patron rather than going in and being a nuisance just because you bowl league or a tournament there. Support your bowling centers. We're losing bowling centers by the 10s, the 20s, the 100s. Support your local bowling center. Support your independent bowling centers as well. I know Bolero is doing a great job of expanding, buying centers out, but independent centers, support them as well, because they're the ones who keeps the balance of bowling as well. Okay? We're all in, every bowling center is in the industry to make money, but support your bowling center. Be a good player, be a good customer. Understand that your few dollars goes into a pot to keep the doors open. Your few dollars is not all of it. Okay? So that's my little rant for that.
I would only add one item to that.
Add it.
Which would be just on the flip side. It's also important, obviously, for management, et cetera, to acknowledge and make sure that the patron is also
taken care of. But my problem is sometimes as bowlers we forget that we forget that we're just a number.
Yeah, your part is first.
Yes, but you have to realize you're not always important.
Correct.
Okay, that because you can't go in there and get 2 lanes to yourself in the middle of prime time open play, and you got an attitude because they put little Kim's birthday party right next to you and they're screaming and hollering. If you can't practice while they screaming and hollering, your focus need more focus.
Those are some actually really good times to
practice. People be like, I don't believe they put that party next to me. Are you serious? That party is $150. Your little stinking $10 ain't nothing, okay? I'm going to keep it 100. I'm sorry,
listen,
man.
Bowling parties are
lucrative.
I don't know how much they were, back in the day.
Bro.
But we inquired about a birthday party. Bowling with Dre turned 3 a couple weeks ago, and it was much more than I thought.
That birthday parties, bro, they are huge. They're huge. But I'm just saying, we got to support our bowling centers. You know what I'm saying? Got to support our bowling centers. We keep losing centers, guys. Every time a center closes, do you know 30% of those bowlers stop bowling?
Yeah, that's a great point, and I know you obviously got some experience just from being in that business, and I'd be curious, that type of data, because it's hard, even when centers have been obviously pre-COVID, there's always a focus on the retention.
Absolutely.
Like getting bowlers to either stay or, bowl an additional league, et cetera, or obviously introduce those. Nice shot by Aaron Johnson. Introduce players or bowlers to the sport, or new bowlers, I should say. but keeping them. You know, I would even throw myself in that situation, right? Not intentionally, but like you said, life, things happen, gets in the way, and I'm finally now getting back into league bowling. But I'm probably a little different because I'm a bowler. It's what we do. So it probably at some point you kind of always going to return, hopefully sooner rather than later. That's not always the case for everyone.
Correct. I mean, there was a time where I kind of pulled away from bowling. I think I kind of got burned out. And that's when things kind of changed. I saw life differently for a while because everything revolved around bowling. And then when I kind of slipped away for a little bit and then got that passion again and came back. And it was just like, maybe I just need that little break. You know, you're so focused into one thing because you want to be the best at it. You're good at what you do. You make good money at it. You love being competitive. You love people knowing your name. Like, for me, it's not about the bowling per se. All I have in my life is my name. And when I die, I want people to remember stories about me. Say, hey, you never met Pharoah Williams, but man, Pharoah Williams throw the ball. Oh, he used to do. That's where I want my legacy to be at. It ain't about all the wins. Like, I've won stuff. I've won plenty of stuff. And I'm probably going to win some more stuff. But I really want my legacy to be, as I say, sexy. I want it to be, I want to be known when I die. I want to be somewhere where people remember stories or something. You know what I'm saying? Because shout out to Los Angeles. I'm talking about the tournament clubs, Invaders, Tropicana, the Clippers, Midtown, Manchester Western, El Dorado. Shout out to everybody in LA. If it wasn't for LA, this little kid from Gardena wouldn't have did what he did. And I'm telling everybody right now, who would have thought a little kid from Gardena, California would have traveled the world and did everything he wanted to do because the people in LA stood behind me and beat me in until I got it. And then rooted me on and then barred me out. But if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be who I am today. I wouldn't be where I'm at today because they taught me how to win and they taught me how to lose and they taught me how to get back up. So shout out to all the tournament clubs, all the players, all the pop bowlers in LA. They are the ones. That's the reason why I'm here today.
Pharoah Williams, I should call him Reverend at this point.
Oh, man, look, you gave me the mic.
Hey, he been preaching.
Hey, I don't talk much, you know that. So when people really want me to talk, I talk.
Well, I tell you what, I'm happy that you decided to A, hang out with me, and we had already talked about this, and then B, this is just open platform because it's my platform, and to talk about whatever you'd like to talk about.
Stephen F.
Before we do anything else, let me let you know, we're in Game 8 here on 5 and 6. 9 and 10 is finishing up along with 11 and 12. So it'll be a small delay before we get our additional bowlers for 7 and 8. Trey Ford is bowling on 3 and 4. 1 and 2 is underway as well. This area is going to finish first. Kind of similar to what happened earlier. 1 through 8 was done. All right, so.
Stephen F., tell us the story about when you led the U.S. Open on the first day. Oh, my God. Do you want me to tell it? Okay, all right, here we go.
You want.
So let me tell you about the U.S. Open. I'm going to give you a little quick backdrop.
You know I've been here all day, so feel free to tell us as many stories as you want.
So I was bowling Reed Hawthorne, right? They put the U.S. Open pattern out there, and I loved it because I love the U.S. Open pattern. So I led the tournament, finished second. So I wasn't signed up for the U.S. Open, right? So my mom calls me and was like, all right, so you're on your way to...
Hold on, what year is this?
This was 11, I think, 11? Okay. So my mom says, are you on your way to Jersey? I said, no, Mom, I'm gonna go ahead. I think I made like 30,000 brackets and everything. I ran them over. Okay, so I'm like, no, Mom, I'm in some good money. I'm gonna go ahead and relax. My mom says, if you don't get your beat on the road to New Jersey while you throwing it that good, we're going to have a problem. So, now here's the other story, because now the queen got on, so let me tell you about this, because she's going to tell you. So, let me tell you before see, there you go. All right, so I told wifey that I was going to go to the U.S. Open so she can come see me.
Okay.
But I didn't tell her I changed my mind and wasn't going to come.
Oh, so she was already on her way.
No, she wasn't on her way yet.
Okay.
But I didn't tell her. I was ready to go home. So, okay, I get to the U.S. Open, right? I miss practice session because I leave Monday morning. So I'm like, it's the U.S. Open, it's flat. I don't care how it is. You only got one line.
Right.
Okay. So no practice session. I get the burn squad first. And I think I averaged 260. I literally averaged 260. But it's the U.S. Open. You only had one line. It was flat. Either you faded it back or you just kept it tight. So I just faded it back. So that's the story. It was an amazing situation. The next day I think I went 60 over. Then the third day, I think I went like 100 under because I didn't have anything. And shout out to Brunswick. They was taking care of me then. We drilled a couple of balls up and they just didn't roll good. And I didn't have a good look because I was throwing it good, but it was plaque 10, and I tried to make an adjustment, split. I didn't have the right balls in my hand. But I made the cut. I think I went 100 and something over it because you had to bowl 8 more games until you made the cut. Right. I made top 24. I think I finished like 20th or 19th. But it was a great experience. It showed me a lot that I needed to work on, and then it was just an amazing feeling. I've led a few national events. I think I led the U.S. Open for 2 days. So that's something can't take away from me. But it was a whole lot of stories in between that U.S. Open. And and that was the week that me and Cassandra started dating, and one of the happiest moments of my life, and still is.
Is it possible to say that if you had not gone to the U.S. Open? Because it sounded like y'all was, getting to that point before. But if you didn't go, does the story potentially change?
Yes, because there was another time me and Cass were supposed to meet up, and I didn't go. And I didn't tell her, and I didn't talk to her. So when I talked to her like 6 months later, she was like, were you supposed to go to this tournament again? I was like, I didn't go. Well, thanks for telling me. So... real story. I'm gonna be real quick with this. I've known Cassandra since 06, I think, or 07. We was friends for a long time. I always thought she was out of my league. I always had a crush on her. I always thought she was out of my league. And one day, I just finally got the balls to ask and say, could you see yourself with me? Her response, I have to spend time with you to answer that question. I was like, oh, we got action. She didn't say no. And at that point, we really started talking. And, I almost lost her in Houston for the Lucy. That was the year she came to Houston. That was Lucy. I bowled the Lucy. And she gave me every sign in the book that we could have been together then. And I missed every freaking sign in the world. It was like she was on FM radio, I was on satellite. I didn't understand nothing.
You might have been on AM.
Bro, I think I was in a whole different galaxy. But she didn't give up on me, and we eventually started dating, and man, she's my world.
How about that?
She's my world.
That's a nice story.
It's funny when I tell people the story, I'm like, but you know
love
what?
Doctor.
That's my girl. She crazy though, but that's my girl. She crazy.
That's one of Southern University's finest bowlers right there.
Hey. So when we argue about who's better, I was like, but you was on ESPN twice, and you was SWAC Bowler of the Year. You know what I got Bowler of the Year of? Dayton. I ain't never been. I can't even get on ESPN the Ocho. She been on ESPNU. Let's talk about something. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Emil. Tell her, man. Tell her.
I feel you. Well,
look.
Here's the deal. You know, because my wife also has been on ESPN.
See. Look, man.
They
look.
also are both in the same conference.
See. Look, and she be saying, "Well, baby, you left the U.S. Open." Look, let's stop playing. You was on ESPN, okay? Some people have to pay a cable bill to watch you on TV, okay? Let's stop playing.
That's hilarious.
You was on national TV. I wasn't even on the local network.
Pharaoh has taken me on a few rides here in these last 3 games. Now we got a little love thrown in there as well. He's told us the story. Got a little U.S. Open action ongoing. Now 7-8, by the way, here is off and running as well. And finally, at this point, it is the final game of qualifying across the house. So our next score update will obviously update you on what's happening, and Jeff will provide the most recent cut number.
That's right.
Hopefully for the gentleman sitting to my right, it's 43.
I'm a realist. Ain't gonna happen.
And it'd be interesting either way, because if it is 43, it would also then depend on how many players total, because there could be a roll-off.
There could be a roll-off. But you know what? Let's be real. This squad is doing very, very good. Kudos to them. Be real, I think it's going to be in the 50s, maybe 48, but I think it's going to be 55. But like I said, one game, I've seen some stuff happen in one game. So, you know, if it works in my favor, there you go. If it works in my favor, that's a blessing. But if it doesn't, hey, I'll be back next year. I guess it's Jackson.
Art, well, make sure I got to give Art his scorecard back. But Art Zunian just to his children, Abby, that might be Jackson.
I think it's Jackson.
And Mason. Hello from Dad. Art was bowling pretty well here. And again, with a game left, he is minus 30.
Hold on. He got a good game going on. He can jump.
See, this is
jump.
This
I told
actually
you one game.
This actually would have happened in Game 8 during your squad, actually. Who else was it? Actually on your pair? Brian. No, I'm sorry. Was it Chris? Let me make sure I get his name. I want to make sure I give him his due.
Oh, and he didn't foul. He didn't foul.
Art.
He failed, but he didn't foul. No, he didn't foul.
I couldn't have seen it from here.
He slipped before the foul. He slipped and failed, but he didn't fall over the line.
Is Art okay?
Come on, Art. Stay in the game, Art.
First and foremost. You good?
You good? All right.
So he did that for Abby, Jackson, and Mason.
There you go.
I mean, on cue, he says to tell him hello, and then loses his footing.
Almost fall and still strikes.
And struck.
Let's keep going, Art.
And did not foul.
There you go.
So what was I going to say? Okay, Brian. Let me get, I think it was Chris Shannon. I want to keep calling him Brian, but I think it was Chris. It was Brian. Brian Chamber was plus 10.
He was the one that shot 240 to the right of him.
Yes, he shot 247.
It was on my pair.
Yeah, it was on your pair.
Yes.
247. And Jim and I slightly missed it because Jim knew Eileen, who was next door, and she was one of the local products, and he coached her high school, I believe, and so she too was making a run. But yeah, Brian did his thing, so this could be similar. Hey, what's up, Gabe? Appreciate you tuning in as always, my friend. Some of you are still up early, or late, I should say, and some of you have been watching all day long, and I definitely appreciate all of you. The New Mexico Open, appreciate you. Steve, Mike, I believe, was watching as well. And I meant to tell you, I'm just going to scroll up and see if I can still see that comment. When you were giving your thank yous and talking about this event and the way it has been ran, Mike was listening and said thank you That was very cool of you to say. Mike Miller.
Mike Miller. Oh, yes. Much respect to Mr. Miller. Much respect. You know what? Going into a last game of a tournament and you're on that bubble and you need it, the way I teach the juniors is stay in the moment. Don't get too ahead of yourself. You got a good look going to the last game. Sometimes that pair might be a little funky. Sometimes that pair might be for you. Just stay in the moment. Don't get ahead of yourself. That's the difference between the average bowler and a better bowler.
That's great advice.
Oh, let me get a shout out to the Bermuda national team. I know they sleep, but I coached the Bermuda national team. I think this is going on my second year because I started early last year, but this will be going into my second year. I love coaching, and the group of guys that I coach are amazing. We're going to do some big things this coming year, so watch out for us in the Worlds.
So you are the head coach
I'm
of
the head coach of the
Bermuda national team? Is that what I'm understanding right now?
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's always been a dream of mine to coach because, someone helped me and a lot of knowledge that I have, I always want to give it back. And like I said, I went to Bermuda and bowled a tournament, and then we started talking, and I became their coach. But, man, great group of guys, man. And, man, I'm so happy that they let me be their coach. And, they tell me they learned a lot. But, like I told them, this year forward, we're gonna make some noise because they're right there. They're right there.
When is your next event? The World Cup?
No. Well, their next event is right now in Brazil.
Oh,
they only
okay.
sent
Champion of
two people.
Champions,
Yes.
Right.
But I think our next event that I'm going to will be March of next year.
Okay.
But I know we're going to have like 2 training camps before then. But these guys are doing well. Uno. What's his name? Jeff. Come on, man. Do your job. Where's it at? Come on.
I was literally just doing that, but some people won't let me do my job.
BRB.
Maybe that's what that meant.
Yep.
He was saying 1 minute.
Nope, 1 game.
Oh.
Last game.
Yeah, I
Who
guess
knows?
that makes sense.
Unless somebody throw out a draw 4.
At this point, that actually sounds like a pretty good idea.
Hey, right.
46 up, smartass.
46.
46 is still the number.
Oh, this game is going to be huge.
Art.
Art's still in it.
All right, 2-pin for Art here. All right, here it is, folks. Here we go. So let's just start at the top. The number is still plus 46, 32 with 1 game left. Trey Ford has gotten to plus 270. Plus 270. And just for comparison's sake, Jacob Buttriff got to plus 280.
Oh.
Squad 3. Excuse me.
Well, he's about to beat him. He's going 220. I know.
Marshall Kent is second at plus 170. Finally get a chance to see Marshall. He's got the front 3. He's going to appear in the right side of your screen here momentarily. He's bowling next to Mr. Kenneth Friedrich, who I think was 4th with our guy Jerry. Steve was telling me they had a wonderful night in their doubles league locally here. And he set a couple records along the way. But that's Marshall Kent second at plus 170. Noah Gallegos third at plus 119. Theo Duthit 4th at plus 112. Matt Anderson and Morgan Moore are tied for 5th at plus 86. Cortez Shank 7th at plus 82. Kyle Duster is 8th at plus 60. Matt Jones ninth at plus 51. Parker Johnson 10th at plus 6. There's that gap. Again, that 51 to then to 6. But Parker with a game left.
Hey, that's all you need is a sniff.
Still got a chance. Steven Gallego still got a chance. Art, as we're talking about, at minus 30, still with a chance.
But see, that's the thing. Like I said, I still think it's going to hit the 50s because this last game, you see a lot of players starting to get a little bit left. You see that swing starting to loosen up because you got that spot down lane where you can get it to, and it's going to come off of it rather than wiggle.
Well, there are a few players on the field that have started with a couple of strings.
Yeah, this is going to be the game. This is where that number is going to jump.
See some 223s. I see some 216s. Even just next door, 9 and 10, there are 2 players with the front 4. Next door, there's 1 player with the front 4 on 11 and 12. And then even down on 17 and 18.
Look, I told you this is the game because it's the last squad, last game. You're gonna go all in. All in.
That's right. They can't leave any stones unturned. There's Keith again with that 49.5. Still taking the under. Storm B, the entry fee is just what you put down in regards to Trey Ford's plus total. It is $270. And I think it's maybe $10 more via credit card for processing, but $270 cash.
Hey, Gabriel, I'm not coming to the Sweetest Day tournament. Sorry, man.
Oh, didn't save you a spot?
Huh?
Oh, didn't save you a spot, man?
No. There's so many tournaments, man, and I got to pick and choose which one. It's hard because O is a good friend of mine, man. And like I said, I gotta choose which ones are beneficial to me. And I hate to say that, but like I said, you got to make money,
You also got to be home.
Look, I'm a stay-at-home dad right now. Don't tell me nothing about him being home.
You are talking to someone whose household basically runs on my calendar.
Hey. You should see my calendar between me and Cass and my daughter Karma.
And when I'm home, I am home with the kids too, until it's time for me to head out.
Yep. Trust me, I know the feeling. The only time I get sleep when I'm on the road.
Yeah, I've been there.
I'm living it again.
You're in the early stages. Still. You're still in the early stages.
I'm living it again.
Right, you're right. You've experienced this.
I've experienced this multiple times, but I'm living it again. And she over here trying to kill me, talking about a second one. I was like, you better hire a nanny, because I'm too old for this.
You're Danny Glover.
More than Danny Glover.
Too old for this race.
I'm too old for this, man. Look, I need my sleep, man.
Speaking of sleep, I know folks who are, we talked about that, it's 11:18 Central. If you're on the East Coast, it is tomorrow already. And hey, listen, if you're still up, thank you so much. Pacific time, you still got an hour to go. I'll give you one more hour. It's only 9:18 in Pacific time zone, but we are inching closer. Again, the number at the moment, plus 46. It hasn't changed in 2 games. Will it change?
It's going to go up. It's going to go. I'm seeing too many strikes going on, not a decline.
Pharaoh says it's going up.
I see too many spaces.
I just think it's going to stay under 49 because that's what I told Keith earlier, and I'm sticking with that.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what?
Actually, under 49.5 specifically. So 49, I'm good.
We're going to make it a good moment for a second. We don't get much sleep in the middle of the night, but when that 3 or 4 o'clock come around, they're hungry, and you put them on the bed, you change the diaper, and they're looking at you and they're smiling, and you're dead tired, and you want to throw them across the wall, but you got to try to feed them real quick so you can get some sleep. That's how I be feeling.
That's a nice description.
That's good.
I recall those moments. They're still pretty fresh.
Bruh.
Marshall Kent just wrapped a 10-pin on the right side on lane 9. That was frame 6 for Marshall. Zach Wilkins has been experimenting with the backup ball here on the left. We saw Kyle Duster. I'll tell you what, if not for Kyle Duster making the change early on to the backup ball, the two-handed righty,
Yep.
he may not be in this number right now.
Yeah, he said he threw a couple of shots. He came back to the left side of his wall. I said, did you figure that out from Wednesday in the sweepers or just started that today?
He went 168 to 268, and he hasn't looked back since.
No.
Art, he can get to 247, but he was at minus 30.
Oh, man. Just wrapping them dimes. I mean, these heavy pins are making a big difference on those corner pins. Like I said, entry angle means everything. Bowling is nothing but math.
Just to reiterate, hey, Ian, appreciate you tuning in. Ian, that name sounds so familiar. Maybe you've tuned in before. Either way, thanks, Ian. What's the time there in Nottingham, England, by the way, if you don't mind, Ian? So here's the situation tomorrow, Gabe and everyone else. Once the top 32 is decided, which will happen in 15 minutes or so, and I will stay on the air until we know the top 32 number. So we will not leave you in suspense like that. Message for a four-bagger. Top 32 will bowl tomorrow, be double elimination. There'll be some seeds, of course, bracket boards behind us. They will bowl 2-game total pinfall matches, first round, and then all winners bracket matches moving forward will have that format. The elimination bracket, once you lose your first match and you drop into the elimination bracket, it'll be 1-game matches in the elimination bracket only, of course, until we get to our top 4, who will vie for the $12,000 first place prize. Someone might win a car tomorrow. They could.
Good.
If they shoot 300 in the at any point in the finals of the step ladder. That is courtesy of Petrie, New Mexico. Pabst Blue Ribbon, new beer sponsor here at Tenpins More. Proud sponsor, obviously, now of the New Mexico Open. Shamrock Foods, and shout out to Principal Financial Group.
Hey, what's up, Gus?
Gus.
Gus. I'm doing fine, Gus. Just hanging out here with my little bro.
Boy, Ian said it's 5:20 a.m.
Oh, Jesus.
Shout out to Ian.
All right, Ian.
I appreciate it.
Definitely support bowlstring.tv. My man put a lot into this, and he's doing a damn good job, and I'm really proud of you, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I know it's hard to get on your own. I'm a business owner myself, but I want you to know I'll support you any way I can, brother. If you ever need me, do not hesitate to pick up the phone.
Well, now I'm going to need you for the Love Doctor segment. After what you just told me. In all seriousness, though, I do appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. And I give a shout out to my man, Craig Ellie, who built a very nice foundation, and he thought of me when he was looking to kind of transition out. And I was like, I don't know. I didn't even think he was going to, be serious about it. And he was dead serious.
Yeah.
And you have a conversation with your wife, because that's what you do.
That's what you do.
And it was absolutely a great decision on my part, and I would do all I can to do that.
Oh, and shout out to, if you guys don't know, I am the owner of Royal Flush Pro Shop in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. If you need anything, we do ship bowling balls. Call me, Facebook message me, or get on Facebook and look up Royal Flush Pro Shop. Like our page. Like I said, you can get in contact with me, Arian, Jenny, Cass, Brian Duroy. If you need anything bowling-wise, like I said, we ship to anywhere in the country. Try us out. If you're having problems, reach out to me. Like I said, you're a customer, and because we're bowlers, we're going to make sure it's right. Once again, Royal Flush Pro Shop, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
McKenzie, that's a good question. Is there any reason Zach Wilkins is bowling the backup ball? He does throw it normally, two-handed righty. The reason is for a couple reasons. One, I think he had tried to make what he was doing work and try to figure out where to play. And so because he is extremely skilled, and most two-handed bowlers have added this skill to their repertoire to be able to throw it back up when necessary, he went out and said, hey, let's try this side of the lane. Seems to be all right. And that's where you see that's what Zach is doing currently. And I mentioned Kyle Duster. He started that journey a little earlier in the block, and it's proved to be pretty solid overall. How about 6 in a row, Kevin? Shot there, 10-pin. Again, front 5, 9 spare, 9 spare, 3-6 for Marshall Kent. Good to see Marshall Kent back. I hadn't seen him bowl in person in a minute.
Yeah, shout out to Marshall Kent. Great guy. That's my guy. One of my guys, man. You know, I'm a bum, so, you know, when these people know who I am and say my name, they say, hey, Farrell, you know, I feel special. I feel special, man. I feel special. I keep telling you, I used to be good. I used to hold records. I used to be good.
See you. Thank you for what you guys do.
Thanks, Art. Yeah, you did. But I feel like you still do. Don't you hold a youth record still? 300 games-ish or something?
No, not youth record. I did hold a record for, I was tied with Walter Ray for the most honor scores in a tournament. I think somebody might have beat us, but yeah, I used to hold some records, man. I used to hold some records. I had a record for the most 300s in a season, most 800 in a season. I used to be good. I told you I used to be good, man. Now I'm a bum.
Well, that's not being disputed.
I used to be good.
Now, see, I can say that. I can say, man, I used to be good. You can't say that, bro.
I used to be good, man.
You can't say that.
People used to knew me when I walked in the bowling center. Now they're like, who's that old guy with gray hair? Aren't you supposed to be on the senior tour? Nope, only 41. Nope, just the gray.
Well, I tell you what, you better start training then.
Oh, man.
Because you better be out there.
Man, look, I don't know. Between my little man, I don't know if I'm going to be out there, man.
I mean, you'll be 9 at that point. That's like a perfect age to get out there a little bit.
Yeah, then Cass going to have the 5-year-old coming right behind him. So I don't know, man.
That's fair.
I can't even look. Cass trying to kill me or something. I don't know, man. I don't know. But, you know, happy wife, happy life.
Hey, Canty Bowles, thank you so much. You are indeed watching on the East Coast, so I do appreciate you staying up late. And that's right. I'm happy you did because you got a chance to hear from Farrell across a wide array of topics, and we appreciate his candid responses. I know I do. It's a bit refreshing.
I mean, you know, like I said, you do a great job, but sometimes you gotta sidetrack and you know have some good things going on. Like, look, we can talk about bowling all day, but that gets boring. Sometimes we gotta talk about stuff.
100%.
And you know, like I said, a lot of people don't know the real Farrell. A lot of people don't get to know the real Farrell. When I'm on the lane, I'm very focused. I look serious. Sometimes I might seem like I'm an a-hole, you know, but you know, when I'm off the lane, I'm a different person, you know. Like I said, I'm quiet. I stay to myself. I only have a small circle. But that's just the way I was raised, you know. So when people come talk to me, I always open up and talk to them and, you know, respect everyone because there's a lot of people who look up to you that you never know. And I feel as though you should treat everybody with the utmost respect because you never know where you might need that person. So.
A lot of good folks inquiring about the talking about the tournament, the Mexico Open, of course, and thinking about adding on the schedule. Listen, don't even think about it. Just go ahead and set that aside now.
Matter of fact, go ahead and send that $70 deposit and get it out the way.
Because it fills up.
It fills up.
You know, and Steve did mention, you know, which is very unusual, but he got about 20 additional entries within the last week of the tournament. There were a few players. I talked to Jim about this. He just wasn't sure if he was going to bowl from an injury perspective. So he entered at the beginning of the week. But I told you we had someone enter, as Steve mentioned earlier, there was a spot for this squad. Someone was listening. They were local, and they grabbed it because it was available. So if there's a spot, Steve still will get you in. So I'm
There
telling
you go. There you go.
he's a great, he, Mike, and Jeff do great work.
All of
And shout out
us.
to Dan Miller Mackey as well. Final shots. David Burnett and Kevin Jones. And then we'll see 9, 10, 11, and 12.
You know, this game 8 is really turning into that game. Nah. Hey, any of these other scores, I need some help. Oh. Well, I need somebody else to drop out so I can get in. So I don't have to do no roll off. Yeah, Matt Jones just shot 191. So he's at 42.
Man.
But like I said, who's Kyle Duster? Where is he at?
Kyle he looks like he's on 13.
What letter is he?
He is C.
Oh, he's going up. He's going
he's
240 right now. He's throwing the first ball in the 10th.
He's already in the 220s.
Yes. So he's going up. So yeah, it might be a roll off tomorrow.
But
Because I don't think anybody else is falling out. So yeah, it's gonna be a roll off probably tomorrow.
Well, that difference in, I think Matt left a 10 pin?
5 pin.
5 pin first shot?
5 pin the first shot.
And then he rung a 10
I think he rung
on
a
the
10.
fill.
Marshall, 234 last game. I mean, he's already in, so nothing to worry about.
Marshall's going to be in. Nice finish here for Morgan Moore. Oh, I'm sorry, Mason. Mason struggled a little bit. Let's see where Morgan was still 6th, and it's hard to see where he is currently, but I see spare as he just came off the lanes. They look to be close to the 10th frame. 13 and 14 in the 10th frame. Duster shoots 229.
Yeah. Where's Morgan at, you said?
Morgan was 6th. I'm sorry, on the lanes, he is on 17 and 18. He's way.
Okay.
He's the last pair going right now.
That's it. Big difference. Big game.
Mason shoots 244 to end the day. Let's see what else we got going. Let me go turn the camera real quick.
All right. What happened?
Are you gonna be the number?
Probably. Yep. Are we off or are we still on? Oh, okay. There you go.
But if you'd like to be off, you're more than welcome.
Oh, no, I'm enjoying this, man. Look. You're going to have to kick me out.
Come on.
You're going to kick me out, brother.
Come on. Why isn't it working? I need a new piece of tape. That's what I need.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Once again, great tournament. You guys really should come out and support the New Mexico Open. Like I said, this is my first tournament. It's my first time bowling this tournament. I will be back. I have nothing but great things to say about this, and I just really hope we can get this tournament back full. Like I said, nothing but great things to say about the tournament here. Nothing but great things. Seems like it might come down to, it's probably going to come down to a roll-off tomorrow. It's probably going to be a 7 a.m. roll-off tomorrow. Is it one game or what is it?
Boy, that's a great question.
Yeah.
I feel like it was one game.
One game, yeah.
This happened last year. We'd have to go to the rules to double check. We'll hang on for those of you obviously hanging tough, so we'll know what this number is, because definitely if there's a roll-off. It's a good thing this isn't like the U.S. Open, for example. Well, the roll-off happens the same night.
Yes, it does.
And you got to be in the building. You get 30 minutes basically after the last ball is thrown on that last squad if you are in the roll-off. But this would happen, if it happens, in the morning. And it would be early.
Very early.
They want you to be here. Actually, Steve and Jeff mentions this before every squad. One of Steve's most important rules, be here by 7:45. If you're not, he's going to the alternates.
Yep.
You don't mess around. So it looks like everyone is now complete. So it'll be a race, of course, for Jeff to get the scores. He will get that done as best as he can, as fast as he can.
So we're looking at a possibly plus 43.
All right, New Mexico Open Bowlers, that wraps up the final squad qualifying.
Yep.
Still working on those cards. Turn them on
It could be 46, like you said, but no. One guy dropped out.
Taking a little while to double check the math so we get those.
Matt Jones shot 191.
Right.
Yeah, but that was 9 people.
Oh, okay.
9 people were still ahead of you.
Oh, well, it might be.
That would put 8, so that would make it 46.
Oh, could be 46.
So it would still be 46
Yes,
if that's the case.
So you stuck with me a little bit longer. I know it's hard, brother. I know it's hard. Either we eating some honey rolls, or I'm going to eat that Filet-O-Fish so I can be up early in the morning to do the roll-off.
Once again, if you do make the cut to tomorrow's match play, you must physically check in with Steve by 7:45 a.m. Do not cut it close. Be here much earlier than that. Thank you, Kevin. If you have been here before, you know that is a thing with Steve. If he hasn't checked you in by that minute, he will cut you out and go to the next bowler. So please be careful of that.
Well, if we take what we have right now.
If you do end up missing the cut, we have consolation sweepers. I think it's 1,000 guaranteed on top in those, so well worth it. The first sweeper squad tomorrow for consolation is scheduled for 10 a.m. I told some of you guys earlier, but it's 10 a.m.
Consolations. For those who do not make the top 32,
I have bracket payouts for
Steve is paying 33 through 49.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
There's actually an extra spot added.
Wow, that's good. That's good. Like I said, that's the thing, you know.
Give me a decent amount of time to get this number
That's
right.
the thing
We'll also have it on
that-
the Tenpins More Facebook and the website posted on
That's
the
one of the
scoreboard.
things that I always say. I've ran plenty of tournaments, and I've always say you gotta give you got to pay better down the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like, this tournament paying more spots outside of the cut is amazing. But we got to figure out ways to pay better towards the bottom. Because, like you said, if you don't get those people to keep coming back, you don't have a tournament. You don't have a prize for it. Like I said,
I'm more than happy to join you in the booth tomorrow. I'd love to be on that end, but
My man. It's okay.
I suck today, man.
Hey, guess what? Your picture's on that wall.
forever.
Shit, that isn't me, is it? That's the worst picture I've taken.
I bet he could change it, but he wouldn't.
I would pay him to change that picture. It's not that good.
So speaking to Dylan Taylor, we might hear from Dylan tomorrow a little bit.
If he bowled well, I think the number's going to be 46.
Oh yeah, he's
Yeah,
in.
we think of 46 too. Yeah.
He's definitely Theo's definitely in.
I mean, like I said, tournament's tough, pattern's tough. They modify the patterns all week long to make sure it's tough. You know, you can't ask for a better event. Like, my thing about bowling is you want to make them tough, but you don't want to make them brutally tough to where people don't come back.
Right.
Like, if cut is around plus 20, you know, minus 10, people always come back. Like I love the boot heel. I loved the boot heel. And the boot heel, I can't think of his name, the guy who ran it.
Woody.
Woody. Shout out to Woody. Woody's a great guy.
Woody Dimma.
Woody made him so tough, but then he complained about bowlers don't support no more. Look, people are not going to come and go minus 200 on the most brutal. Like, he makes them brutal. He makes this like China.
Yeah, I've heard some stories.
And I bowled it. Don't get me wrong. I've won a couple sweepers for $5,000. He makes his pattern. He makes this pattern look like League China. Okay. Eventually, it went from 100 entries, 150 entries, then it dropped down to 80 entries, 60 entries, 40. And I remember Woody saying, you know, bowlers don't want to bowl. I mean, I'm not going to let you get this money easy. I'm like, yeah, but people ain't going to put $200, $300 up for 15 and 20 grand, and they know they're going to be minus 300. You got to think realistic now.
Right.
If you, like I said, I don't have a problem with you making them tough, but when you make them brutally tough, oh, man, we ain't getting nobody.
Ain't no doubt about that.
So yeah.
So if we look at what we got here from Game 7,
Game
were 9
Yes.
in the
In the cut.
51 or over.
Yep.
We know that Matt is now at 42.
Correct.
So if you just add the 8 people,
43 is the
right
first
now.
numbers out. 46 will be the number. Or is it 48? 46.
well,
46.
if you count 8, there's you at 43. If you count 8. But this is why we wait for the officials.
Yeah, well, either we getting up or we're sleeping in.
The other thing is, if that's 8, then that would also include you and Dallas. So there would be no roll off. If I'm counting correctly. It's also late, and I've been here since 6:15 a.m.
No, I get it. Yeah.
But that's the situation right now.
Yeah, but that's how the ball rolls. You gotta wait. You had 8 games to do it, and whatever you didn't do, hey, that's just what it. You're not gonna bowl good all the time. I always say that. Well, you can bowl good all the time. Don't mean you're gonna carry all the time. But like I said, you guys need to support this event.
This is actually a good look at the wall we were just talking about down on the high end. It's only a 24-lane center, but you wouldn't tell, honestly.
No.
It just doesn't feel or run like a small center. And it obviously goes to show that you can host a major event like this in a smaller quote-unquote center. But those pictures that you see are of the defending, or I'm sorry, past champions. Dylan's photo is closer to the right, just next to Dwayne Mellinger, who won it in 19. There was no tournament in 20, of course, due to COVID. And then 2021 was Dylan Taylor. A lot of great bowlers.
A lot of great bowlers on that wall. astonished.
Pretty soon, Steve's going to run out of
You're going to run out of real estate.
Run out of space.
Yes. Then where is it going next?
I'm sure he's already thought about that.
Yeah. Shout out to all the sponsors, too, for this tournament. I know they
Absolutely.
do a good job, but shout out to all the sponsors of the New Mexico Open. Without you, this tournament wouldn't be as big as it is. So thank you to all the sponsors.
And Steve out there hustling.
Every day we're hustling.
Doing his thing. He and the staff, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Petrie, New Mexico, Principal Financial Group, Shamrock Foods, the Dominguez Flooring and Loveless Health Systems, Realty One New Mexico, Girardi and More, great dentist office here, Paul Yoder's Pro Shop inside this bowling center, Janet King, Vallejo's, and Turbo. Some additional sponsors, and that's not even all of them.
That's not.
If you pick up a program, that's where the majority, or I should say all of the additional sponsors are in the wonderful program that oh, come on, Zach.
Come on, Zach. You holding us up with your scorecard.
Don't be that guy.
Come on,
Don't be that guy. Hey, this is not tour, bro. The last person does not turn in the scorecards. Let's take a look at that wall one more time. So my guy, there's some difference in age. Did you ever get a chance to bowl with or against Mark French?
Oh, yes. I grew up with Mark French. He was, I think he was about 5 years behind me maybe. But, yeah, Mark French. Yeah, Mark French, Boy and Juniors, he pured it, smooth as butter. Good kid, good young man, you know. Like I said, there's a lot of people I grew up with that people just didn't know. And like I said, you know, it's just hard to say, you know. You know, you grow up with that much talent in the West Coast. You know, I know the East Coast piped out a lot of good players. I know the South did. But the West piped out a lot of good bowlers in our day. And proud to be a part of the West Coast.
I went to school briefly with Mark, and he's still one of my good dudes. Just had a son, I believe.
Oh, okay. I haven't talked to Mark in years.
He's married now.
Okay. Where is he living?
I want to say I won't say Ventura, which is originally where he's from,
yes.
But I feel like he's still in that
there.
area.
Okay.
Still in that area.
Okay.
But he is on that wall, past champion.
Yes. Mark French.
Former Junior Team USA member. I just remember.
Yes. Yeah.
Every time I think about it. One of the best lefties I've ever – best bowlers, period.
Yes.
But definitely one of the best lefties I've ever seen.
But you know what? These are stories we need to talk about because there's a lot of people who don't know about a lot of people.
Right.
Because, like I said, as life go on, they didn't stay in bowling, you know. There's people who open doors. Like for example, for myself, I feel like I opened a lot of doors for a lot of bowlers at a time where, you know, a lot of us didn't get respect. But I felt like there was some players before me that opened the door for me too, you know. So, like, I love to see Gigi right now. I love to see Cameron Crowe right now. You know, it's even when it comes to TBA, I love it because I remember me and George Gohagan really representing TBA and really representing, you know, minorities. And, you know, we opened a lot of doors for them. And I'm glad that they're, you know, taking the stick and opening the doors for the next.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a – I hope nobody take it as a race thing. It's not a race thing. But but you know, when you inspire your race or other races, minorities, or any race, when you inspire people to go further in life with something, it's a good feeling, and one thing about my life is I felt like I opened the doors for a lot, for Gigi, and just like Kim Terrell opened the door for me, and and did some things to make it to where we got more seen. And then, like I said, Gigi and Cam Crow, Gary Faulkner is automatically good. I mean, but it's like what we did, it brought attention to us that, we can be out here too, and then the next Gary Faulkner comes in, then Gigi comes in, and then it's like, who's coming after Gigi and Cameron? Who's coming after them next? Like, there's some kid watching Gigi and Cameron like, oh man, like I want to be him. And it's like, we need more of that. We need more of that, because this sport can take you a lot of places. This sport can take you out of the bad parts of life,
Well, I tell you, Gigi, she's got her own foundation.
Yes, she does.
She is, trying to help send young people to Storm to, kind of learn and visit the plant and whatnot. She's sending folks to the Wichita State bowling camp.
Yep.
She's sponsoring a scholarship to get folks to
Get on the
PBA
PBA.
Junior
Yes.
regional
Yes.
qualifiers. So she is really not just from her own performances. on the lanes.
Off behind the scenes. Absolutely.
She is now being that type of what's the best word? Philanthropic.
Yes.
And providing these opportunities to others.
But that's what we need. Sometimes it's not always about what you do on the forefront, it's what you do in the background. We just need to open more doors for the generations to come. My father, rest his soul, I miss him every day. He told me, every time you make it, bring someone with you.
That's right.
And I still do today, because too many people forget that someone helped them. I don't care how hard of a worker you are. I don't care how hard you prove yourself. Someone helped you get there. And I really don't like stinginess when people are like, well, I'm not going to help him because he's going to take money out of my mouth. Well, somebody helped you. You can give somebody all the knowledge in the world, but if they don't apply it, it doesn't matter. I've helped people in tournaments while I was bowling. I've helped, and yeah, sometimes they might beat me. Most of the time they didn't. But at least I gave them information so when they go back home, they could work on it, and it came out better. We can't be selfish with knowledge. Like, don't get me wrong. If you really want to get far in this game, I will always say get a coach. Some people can't afford a coach. Not everybody's cut from the same cloth. Not everybody has a gold or silver spoon in their mouth. Some people struggle to eat every day. So when you have time, it's okay to donate some knowledge to another bowler who you see is trying to get better, because there was a point in time where you could have been in that situation. Maybe you didn't have the knowledge. Not everybody has that parent who has it all. Not everybody has the funds to be able to do something. Sometimes you got to give back, because if we don't give back, this sport will not survive. So, but please give back to the sport. If you see someone trying to be good, get better in it, help them. Don't belittle them saying, well, you're trash, you're garbage, you'll never be good. Go out and help them. Give them knowledge. Give them something, because someone helped you. So, but I know I'm rambling, but this is just, we really need to help this sport keep going in the right direction. I love the elite bowlers too. I love to see the junior programs.
Man, I'm so blessed to be part of that.
Yes, yes. And shout out to the Elite Bowling Tour, DeAndre Asbatty. I don't know who else run it, but I'm just saying, shout out to the Elite Bowling Tour. When I was growing up, you had junior bowling was at its peak, and I remember going to state tournament, and we had buses showing up to state tournament, and going to junior gold, it was packed. And even though junior gold is packed now,
right.
But I'm looking at all the tournaments, the Christmas tournaments in Vegas. Every tournament was packed. And then there was a time where junior bowling pretty much almost fell off, and it's starting to come back. And all I'm saying is, give back to junior bowlers. Not every kid is going to go pro in football, basketball, baseball, soccer, tennis, but bowling can take you places. But give back. If a kid is showing that he or she wants to be a bowler, give them the knowledge. If you have an adult bowler who's trying to get better, give them some knowledge. Oh, here we go. Here's the comes the cut.
Two advancers led by Trey Ford at plus 293. Other qualifiers: Jacob Buttriff 280, Marshall Kent 204, Andrew Kane 194, Mason Edmondson 177, J.D. Nance 161, Brian Van Sickle 146, Steve Smith 131, Kevin Jenkins 127, 10th place Nathan Bohr 125, Sean Lavery Spar 123, Ari Wilson 120, Jake Peters 119, Michael Fitzgerald 111, AJ Chapman 110, Morgan Moore 110, Noah Gallegos 106, Kyle King 92, Theo DeThay 89, Kyle Duster 89, that was 20th. 21st, Anthony Lavery Spar 83, 22nd, Matt Anderson 77, 23rd, Steve Clemkin 67, 24th, Steve Novak 65, 25th, Cortez Schenk 65, 26th, Chris Mays 58, 27, Brian Schember 57, 28th, 54, Scott Wiley, 29th, plus 49, Maria Rodriguez, 30th at plus 48, Robert Marion, 31st at plus 48, Eileen Linares, and the bubble number is plus 46, Stephen Wood.
Stefan Wood, plus 46, is top 32.
Between 40 and 50 up.
Didn't change for
Nope. 3 games?
at least the last 3 games.
Yes.
We don't know officially what it was prior to.
Very eager alternates waiting to take your place.
This is my thing.
Cash went all the way down to 49th, folks. The last cash number in 49th place was at -7, Deron Booker. So -7 to plus 43, you all cashed. Plus 46 and higher. We'll see you for a double elimination match play tomorrow morning. Congrats if you made it. Sorry if you just missed some heartbreakers there. Hopefully we'll see you for consolation. Either way, get some rest, enjoy the lounge. We'll see you soon. I'm posting these right now. They'll be on Facebook in 3 minutes and on the website in 5 minutes.
Plus 46. That tells you one thing. It came down to the last few games. I don't care how you look at it. Carry, bad pair, nerves, whatever you can think of. It came down to it. But at the end of the day, plus 46, Stefan Wood. See you guys in the morning.
Tip your hat.
Absolutely.
There it is.
There it is.
But I tell you what, man, this has been a pleasure.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Thank
Absolutely.
Thank you for hanging out these last 3 games. I think everyone learned a little bit more about you, for sure.
Hopefully in a good way, too. I mean, like I
think
said,
so.
sometimes I can strike a nerve when I'm talking, but trust me, it's all love. It's never to put anything down or degrade. It's about constructive criticism.
I appreciate you. I know it's time to eat.
Yeah, you got to eat.
You got to eat.
Got to eat.
So I'm going to let you do your thing and let you go.
Well, I appreciate you for having me, young man.
My man.
I would do it again whenever you need me.
That is Pharoah Williams, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause at your desk. And still on your phone. Big thanks to Dominguez Flooring, Loveless Health System, Realty One New Mexico, Girardi and More, Paul Yoder's Pro Shop, Janet King, Vallejos and Turbo, and of course some of our main sponsors here for the New Mexico Open: Peachtree, New Mexico, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Principal Financial, and Shamrock Foods. We'll see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. The top 32 double elimination bracket will begin in the morning. And then towards the end of the day, obviously, we'll get to the top 4 and determine who will win $12,000. For Jim Tillery today, for Eric Espenda, who joined me tonight, for Pharaoh Williams, for Steve Mackey, for Jeff Hemer, Mike Miller, Dana Miller-Mackey, and everyone here at Tenpins and More. My name is Emil Williams Jr. I'll see you in the morning. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to go eat, and I'm going to go to sleep immediately. I'll see you guys in the morning. Again, 8 a.m. Mountain, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. This has been a presentation of the 2022, the 18th edition of the New Mexico Open. You watched it live, and you watched it only on Bowl Stream TV. Good night, folks.